gets built on trust. Without that, without the trust foundation, nothing else really gets built on top of it. And for us over the years, we certainly went through a number of evolutions as a business. And 10 years ago, we had to work on the trust thing. No, absolutely no doubt. One for me that then if we moved into, we found ourselves working on the idea of the fear of failure. That sense that if there was a project, a change activity, a Kaizen event, it was all right as long as it succeeded. And I still now have individuals who struggle with the idea of the successful failure. So one of my little hobby horses is, that a failure is only the mistake that we don't learn from. So the making the mistake or finding out something that doesn't work, that's perfectly okay. We've learned not to do that again. So in terms of the 90-day plan, Gary, back to your theme, my challenge to businesses that aren't already really engaged with that operational, that continuous improvement theme would be go do something. Go make a change, because for me, one of the things I've found is that the change management activity, it creates an opportunity for flair, it takes an opportunity for people to put their head above the parapet. You get somebody who's the junior in the team, but you give them an opportunity to get him to step sideways on an improvement project, and they can shine because they're not sitting in the shadow of the colleagues that have been there 5, 10, 20 years, and within that environment, create the change activity, and then look for the people that do that little bit of a step up, the one that goes and puts more post-it notes on the brainstorming or mans the flip chart or whatever it may be, and then fan those flames and encourage that enthusiasm. So my challenge would be, if you haven't made a start, create an environment where making some change is okay, and that if that change fails, if that doesn't succeed, it's not a failure because we've learnt not to do that again, and then iterate that. Plan, do, check, act, and after action review, and keep doing it, keep iterating it, and it's okay to start small. Even better that, it's necessary to start small. If the change is too big, it'll scare people away. So small change to start with is a good thing.
Thank you. And very quickly, Saeem, what would your advice be to the room?
I'd say the bond between employers and their employees, especially coming from someone that works on the shop floor, the managers or employers should make a bit more effort to have a closer connection with their operatives that work on the shop floor. So just a conversation on the shop floor from time to time, regular check-ins, or even better, something like feedback sessions where you can come together as a group and have a meeting on what if there's any problems or how to improve something or how the work's going in general. So the workers on the shop floor will feel a lot more valued as well then, and it'll create a stronger work environment.
Thank you. And I think the closing message, for our panel would be that I think high performance follows highly engaged people. And that needs good, strong leadership. I think industrial strategies are great, they're helpful, but the only way manufacturing is going to advance is by saving itself. There isn't a government that are going to come in with a magic wand and fix everything. So for me, it's at the coalface. It's within those organisations, really, that we need to make a difference. And that, is a collaborative approach. I think we as a collective have got to fix manufacturing. Waiting for the next government to come in or some magical strategy isn't going to fix it. So I hope you find this useful. Thank you very much. And can I just say as well, Saeem, 2 years ago was a very shy, someone who didn't speak to anyone leaving school, and he's 19 months into an apprenticeship, super confident, sat here on stage speaking. So very, very well done, and thank you to everyone.
As Gary and his panel leave the platform, I just wanted to echo, it was a fantastic session, and as I said, this is my 6th summit, and the first one, I think, I'm right in saying, where we've had an apprentice speak, and I don't think it'll be the last time that we will, but I'm not sure we'll get one quite as good as Saeem. So let's give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're now moving from SMEs to the other end of the spectrum. We're going to be talking about large manufacturers. and how they play such a pivotal role in shaping the sector's future. We're going to be exploring how big businesses drive innovation, sustainability and supply chain resilience. We've already heard quite a lot about supply chains. You can see I've been joined by Rob Harvey. He's Head of Production Systems at Rolls-Royce. Please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing. Get the mics on. So yes, just as a kind of clarification, I'll talk a little bit about myself in a second, but it's Rolls-Royce SMR, which is a separate company to Rolls-Royce, but I'll talk a little bit about the linkage. So I've been asked to give you a bit of a lead into innovation, sustainability and supply chain resilience. So what I've put together here is a little bit of a summary of how Rolls-Royce SMR is a business that is relevant to and how we're addressing the issues. And then at the end, I've put together a slide which just outlines some of what I think are the big challenges and opportunities which relate to those topics that we're facing as a bit of an open kind of thought provoker for you. But first of all, I thought I'd just say a little bit about kind of who I am. So that's me over on the left-hand side with my two daughters. On the subject of kind of getting youngsters into manufacturing, I have to say I have failed because my two daughters, as many of you with young kids will appreciate, don't listen to what I say and have stubbornly refused to follow a path into engineering, but good luck to them with the kind of like the paths that they go forward. But one of the things that we've got as a business is how do we actually inspire the next generation to get into manufacturing and large industrial practices, but kind of each to their own to an extent. So a little bit about myself. So I started life as a materials engineer. And I put some interesting things that kind of got me involved in materials engineering at the start. Anybody know anything about the bike there? That's quite a specific. It was a magnesium bike. Yeah, that was part of what got me into materials. So I was like, well, why do people make all of this stuff out of interesting things? Magnesium, not necessarily the best thing to make a bike out of, which is why they weren't massively successful, but nonetheless, it was interesting and thought-provoking. And on the kind of subject of fail first, that's a really good example. But I then went into Rolls-Royce and was involved in lots and lots of innovative activities. Spent a lot of time developing new capabilities. The pictures that I've got up there around fan blade manufacture, and also more recently, I was involved in setting up a joint venture business in Germany with a kind of European partner to manufacture power gearboxes, and we made the world's most powerful gearbox. So I'll talk a little bit about how engineering has also been kind of like brought into our bit of the industry. But Rolls-Royce SMR really represented a new challenge for me and a new challenge for industry as a whole, because we're trying to take what is effectively tried and trusted technology basis, but we're trying to implement it in an innovative way to serve our customers better and to drive sustainability for our energy generation, which is something that should be of interest to all of us. Taking the comment that was made earlier around about the cost of energy, but also the sustainability. It's very important that we're in control of how that energy gets produced. So I moved over into Rolls-Royce SMR, which is a separate company of which Rolls-Royce Group is the largest shareholder, just under 2 years ago now, because really there was a lot of kind of sort of alignment in terms of experience, but also I saw it as a generational challenge. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about Rolls-Royce SMR, how we're addressing innovation and developing our supply chain, and what resilience and sustainability means for us. So first of all, well, what's Rolls-Royce SMR there to do? So we're in the business of generating clean energy for all. That is our kind of strap line. You can use that energy for a number of things. You can use it to kind of power sustainable industry like production of hydrogen. You can use it for heating, and you can use it for the production of electricity, which is its primary goal in the early days. And it's based on established pressurized water reactor capability from the nuclear sector. So first of all, SMR, you might have heard that terminology quite a lot. So what does it actually mean? So SMR actually stands for Small Modular Reactors, and that is in the name of our business that we've now set up. And although we call ourselves a small modular reactor, if you Google small modular reactors, it will actually say that it gets up to about 300 megawatts worth of power. Ours is actually somewhat higher than that. We're up at about 470. The reason for that is that our business model is all around maximising the use of scalable, modularised capability. What that means is that we maximise the amount of off-site manufacturing that we're doing in a factory-based, production-ready, industrialised environment, sending it to site in a standardised way and then building it in a standardised way. So taking as much work away from the site as possible, reducing the lead time to build, and also putting a factory-based environment, so bringing factory manufacturing technology into the site construction as well. And that's how we're going to revolutionise the nuclear industry, which traditionally has been very much a bespoke design, a new power plant for each application, which leads to complexity, it leads to elongation of timescale, and it leads to additional cost. So our whole philosophy is around standardising the production and standardising the supply chain so that we're in a position of delivering repeatable units to site to produce that power where it is needed. So why Rolls-Royce? Where does Rolls-Royce come from in this? So first of all, you always get questions about cars when you talk about Rolls-Royce. The car business is something completely separate, but you may have come across Rolls-Royce, and we are very successful in the worlds of power generation, especially around aerospace manufacture, reciprocating diesels for power systems, and also in the defence industry. You may be less aware that Rolls-Royce, since our nuclear submarine fleet has been around, we are the sole source of the capability that drives the primary circuit power for the UK submarine fleet. And that's been the case for over 60 years now. So Rolls-Royce has a great heritage of controlling manufacturing and power generation through nuclear. So all of those things, when you combine them, you get things like innovation and manufacturing development through aerospace, but you've also got integration of those into very highly regulated, very safety conscious kind of applications. And you've also got the nuclear specific business experience that submarines have brought with us. So bringing all of that heritage together, we are ideally placed for developing a supply chain and a resilient supply chain to deliver this power solution to the world from the UK. So what is different about a Rolls-Royce SMR? So I'm not going to go into too much about the anatomy of a Rolls-Royce SMR power station, but effectively it is designed to be standardised wherever possible, and the manufacture of it to be done off-site wherever that is practical to do so. So effectively it is designed for modularisation. So everything from the aseismic bearing pedestals, which are the kind of the earthquake-resistant feet that the reactor sits on, everything from there upwards is designed to be a standardised unit so that you can put it wherever you want to in the world without having to redesign it. So we don't intend to redesign our power stations based on where they are. You may have seen in the press that Rolls-Royce was very proud to have won preferred bidder status for the next generation of UK nuclear power stations, and the site for that has been announced in Wilver in Anglesey in North Wales. So we are in the process of just putting together a programme about how we will deliver our standardised fleets to there. But we're also talking to other customers about how we deliver this standardised process into their jurisdictions. And that's really a big challenge for us, because our intent, in order to get the efficiencies and the productivity that repeat manufacture brings, we need to make sure that we are keeping that standardisation, we're keeping that standardised philosophy. But Obviously, the delivery of a power station is a large infrastructure project at the same time, and it cannot be delivered only by one company. It needs a consortium of companies working together to a common goal, and that's part of what I think big business and the resilience and the innovation that we need to bring together is all about in the case of Rolls-Royce SMR manufacture, because we have to make sure that all of the consortium of companies who are working to bring this power station together are working in a concerted and quality assured way that ensures that when our power station, which is built quite heavily off-site, comes onto site, everything fits together seamlessly, and we've demonstrated that capability. So how are we doing that, and how do we take the knowledge that we've generated from years in aerospace and the nuclear industry and making sure that that all works? So we're working very strongly with partner organisations, both suppliers and also innovation partners, such as the one, I mean, we're kind of next door to the main MTC where we did a lot of this work, but with major sort of innovation providers such as TWI, AMRC up in Sheffield, the MTC here, CPI up in the northeast. Those catapult organisations, they allow us to build collaborative relationships with a number of different suppliers to generate innovation and bring together the knowledge of the people in those organisations and also the capability that they have within them together in an organisation. So we're doing that to develop off-site production. So things like how do we produce the modules, whether they be civil modules or whether they be mechanical, electrical and plumbing modules that will then need to be fitted together. How do we make sure that it's a digitally enabled enterprise, which you'll kind of like hear in your buzzword bingo for the day. I'm sure I will actually use the term AI later in this presentation, but hopefully only once or twice. But quality assurance and the inspection and the management of the data that comes from a globally diverse supply chain for the production of this stuff, collating all that data in a common working environment, common data environment, is going to be a big part of the way that we drive success. And things like digital simulation and verification and digital assurance is very much part of our integrated message that we're taking forward. And then also when we get to on-site project delivery, so we need to make sure that we can both assure the critical nuclear products that we've got, such as specialised nuclear pipework for the primary circuit. That's clearly a key part of our activity. But also the civils modules and the kind of metallic modules, we need to make sure that those go together in a standardised and repeatable way. So we're doing lots of trials, both ourselves through these catapult organisations and also with suppliers, such as Lang O'Rourke, who are working with us on the design of the civils modules. We're doing some work with Skanska, who are a civils provider, who are doing some of the civil module manufacturing demonstration. Working with those large organisations in a concerted way, digitally enabled to create an orchestrated coming together that will then allow us to deliver these kind of projects at an industrial scale. And then managing those through a standardised production system approach that is differentiating from what we offer to the market. But central to all this is people. And as you've heard a lot earlier on, we need to make sure that we're getting the right people and we're also developing those people to be ready for the industry in the future. One of the big challenges that we have is in terms of the kind of lead time getting people trained and accredited to the right standard for specific kind of work, and also recognising the fact that when we actually come to build a lot of these power plants on site, we're actually talking about people who are often at school today, coming out of that going into apprenticeship. So we're setting up apprentice programs. There are already apprentice programs working in our partner organisations, but we're also setting up our own apprenticeship program, and we have the first apprentices going through that process now. But we really need to make sure that we have a robust strategic workforce plan that is making sure that we are attracting and training those people going forward into the next generation, so that when we come to start to build these, we've got people available to us who can actually do the work. Because automation is great, robotics are great, but we're never going to fulfill all of that activity by automation alone. The majority of our work will be done by people. It needs to be orchestrated by people. So I thought I'd just kind of put some of the big challenges that we see and the way that we're sort of addressing them at the moment, just to give you a bit of food for thought. So first of all, I mentioned kind of consortium working. We're working with different suppliers, different partners from both within the UK and also around the world. We need to be working to a common purpose. So how do we get that alignment? Because that will be part of a resilient business going forward. We want to deliver a standardized approach to how we both design and manufacture and deliver these components. We need to make sure that we're working to aligned practices. We need to assure our product. Obviously, we work in a very tightly controlled, regulated industry. We need to make sure that we are delivering repeatably on time and to cost, because part of having a sustainable business going forward is having one that actually is able to financially look after itself and financially scale up to build that industry. We don't want a business that doesn't make any money, can't kind of deliver to our goals, and therefore the industry itself crumbles to the ground. Obviously, quality and delivery assurance is very important. We need to make sure that we are aligning our standards so that we recognise the fact that we're working with different supply chain requirements, and also we're delivering into different jurisdictions. So those different jurisdictions have different requirements on them in terms of things like workplace safety and also nuclear regulation. We need to drive efficiency into major infrastructure projects. If you look at a lot of the kind of standard data, infrastructure and the delivery of infrastructure in an efficient and predictable way is not something that we are particularly strong at. Driving a factory-based, repeatable, standardized process is how we are intending to do this. So make no mistake about it, what we are delivering here is a major infrastructure project at every site that we're going to do. We need to do it repeatably and efficiently, so we need to drive those standardized methods into major infrastructure. And then lastly, how do we engage the new generation of workers? So, you know, the way that we all interact with work is quite different now to when I joined the industry. People don't necessarily expect to physically go to work every day, put on a suit, go and sit in front of a computer. People work in a different way. How can we actually harness that? How can we address the challenge? The top one in terms of the opportunities, well, we need to see that as well as an opportunity. So we've got an increasingly diverse staff kind of working relationship. Online working does work efficiently if you use it in the right way. So how do we actually maximise the use of those new working behaviours to actually drive better efficiencies into our organisation? How do we collaborate with our methodologies in order to give that standardised delivery rather than making sure that we've got bespoke products? The way that we look at it, we want to kind of develop almost like a Lego kit instruction manual for how you put together a power station. So when you go and put one into the Czech Republic, it's the same as the one that you put into to North Wales. How do we use and develop common data environments that work and integrate digital systems? Obviously, a lot of these companies have their own digital systems. We need to make sure that we're not just trying to prescribe something that sits over the top of them that then becomes clunky and unusable. How do we develop the effectiveness of systemization and AI, not only for developing new innovative approaches to how we deliver, but also for automating the workflows that then go into the delivery? There's an enormous amount of opportunity there. So how do we harness that? And lastly, we need to, infrastructure really does change the world. So how do we inspire the future generations to come and work in an infrastructure business? Can we be that attractive? So what we're trying to develop here is an integrated, robust way of integrating lots of industries together to generate that business going forward. And we need to engage, and we need to get new workers interested in infrastructure and working for companies like this. Okay, thank you very much. That was hopefully some food for thought for the challenges that face us and some ideas about how you can do it going forward.
Well, thank you very much. As Rob said, lots of food for thought. And on that note, we are now going to break. And this brings an end to this morning's sessions in here, because after the break, we're going to start the breakout sessions. You can see them listed there. Again, they're all on the app. You can go on the app and see if you've already decided which one you want to go to, or I'm sure you can change your mind now. There will be lunch during those sessions as well. So there's sandwich lunches available for those wishing to do the lunch and learn sessions during the first 2 breakout periods. Anyone not attending any of the breakout sessions, hot and cold food is available in the restaurant, to be bought in the restaurant. And we will, as a team, be back in this room at 2:20 for our first keynote of the afternoon. I'll see you then.
1, 2.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Time is 2:20. I'm hoping we'll be losing that music in a minute. There we go. Time is 2:20, so we are starting bang on time. So thank you so much for being so punctual. I hope you all enjoyed the breakout sessions and your lunch. Hope you had time to grab some food. And also, I was chairing a breakout session, and just want to thank those who came to that. AI and leadership. It was really, really interesting ones, and I gather the others were equally as good. But I hope we haven't exhausted your question asking facilities, because we're going to be relying on you to ask more questions over the next few sessions between now and the end of the day. So I'm going to remind you, after we've had a quick look at the agenda, in fact, I'll just remind you what we've got now. So we've got Life in the Fast Lane coming up just now, then Driving the Future, that's manufacturing leaders on what they're expecting next. Then we'll have a coffee break, industrial strategy, what it means. So we're going to be unpicking those results of the polls that you were taking part in earlier today. And then we're going to be translating strategy into success for our final session before finishing at 5 o'clock. So that's what you've got coming up. And I just want to remind you that most sessions between now and then will be taking questions. So I'll be keeping an eye on the iPad again, as I was this morning. So please don't be shy about sending your questions through to us. And that includes for our next speaker. I'm very excited to be introducing, he'll be coming up here in just a moment, the team principal of Team Brit. He'll be explaining what they do. This session is called Life in the Fast Lane. Mike is a man that's changing motorsport and changing lives. If you had an opportunity to look around the exhibition centre, you'll have seen him at the back of the second room with his simulator, F1 motor car simulator. Absolutely fascinating, but very much with a difference. I'm really excited to hear him explaining to us exactly what he and his team do, with team being the important word. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mike Scudamore a very big round of applause.
Thank you very much for that fabulous introduction. So, Team Brit, let's, in terms of who we are and what we do, I think probably what I want to start with is just by focusing on this rather strange sort of livery you can see. So this is actually the topography of the region of Mount Everest. And if I sort of turn around in a fully interactive way, you can see on the back of my shirt, we have the circuit here at the bottom, which is the Le Mans circuit. And our ultimate goal is to be the first all-disabled team to race at the famous Le Mans 24-hour race. And the reason we built that into our clothes, it's on our designs, our watch, it's on our truck, it's on our cars, is to remind our team every day that that is our focus and that's what we're aiming for. Yes, it's a very big goal, but it's one that we're hoping to achieve and we're aiming by 2030. So for you that don't know us, who are Team Brit? We're the only team in the world with an all-disabled driver lineup. Now the world's quite a big place, so I think it's a pretty impressive feat that we're the only team in the world. We have a mixture of disabilities, from physical disabilities, psychological challenges. This is actually our lineup from last year. So left to right, we have Caleb McDuff. He is a completely deaf driver. The technology we developed for him was he wears cochlear implants. So he had to have his head laser scanned, special insert created for his helmet. And then we used a special Bluetooth system to connect his cochlear implants direct to our in-car communications for the car. So just like in F1 when you hear them talking on the radio, it's so important in long distance racing to be able to talk to your drivers. So we use that technology to be able to talk and get past that obstacle of talking to Caleb in the car. And that enabled him to be able to compete on level terms. As we move along, we have Noah in the wheelchair. Noah is one of our younger drivers. He was a freestyle motocross rider. I often joke with him that he wasn't maybe as good as being a freestyle motocross rider as he'd hoped, as he has unfortunately ended up in a wheelchair. But that pivot in his life provided him the opportunity to come and join Team Brit. He went for a day to sort of understand the Matt Hampson Foundation that helped to rehabilitate sportsmen who have been involved in serious spinal injuries. And he was able to come along. He actually met one of our other drivers, Aaron, there, who said, you know, I'm in a wheelchair too. I've just become a racing driver. Why don't you come and join me? And so we were delighted to meet Noah. and we took him under our wing. So he was, I think we worked it out that 6 months prior to him racing around Silverstone with us for the first time, his mum was actually teaching him to drive around the sort of lanes around Toaster where they live. And 6 months later, he was actually driving his mum around Silverstone 150 miles an hour. So that was quite the change up. So moving along, we have our lady driver, Asha. Asha is autistic and also suffers from ADHD. So she struggles particularly in terms of the challenges of noise, how she manages to block that out, the challenge of things being unplanned. So I would have said that one of the important things about working with her is me understanding how I have to provide her with the information, how she processes that information. I can't say, great news, tomorrow we're going practicing. I have to let her know that, look, just to let you know, next week we're going practicing. This is the timetable. This is where you need to be when. As long as she has all that information, she's able to work exactly as well as all our other drivers, but it's understanding how she needs to receive that information. Next along is Aaron Morgan. You'll notice a bit of a theme here. He was also a motorcyclist. He was a motocross rider, unfortunately broke his back. He doesn't like it when I call him a veteran, but he's been racing now in a wheelchair longer than he has been an able-bodied person. And he's finished on the podium at Spa racing for us, which is super exciting. Next up is Bobby Trundley, another one of our autistic drivers. He was, I would have said he's probably higher on the spectrum than Asher is. And he really struggled as a child growing up. He was non-verbal till about 6 years old. He actually went to a karting party when he was 8 years old. Ran out of the building crying. It was too noisy. If you've ever been indoor karting, it's quite smelly. Didn't like it. And it was actually when the circuit manager came out and found him in the car park and said, look, it's a bit quieter now. The others are having lunch. Why don't you come in and have a go? Came in, put the helmet on, zoomed around, having a lovely time, and he won the race against his peers in the afternoon. And you can probably say he never looked back. But he talks about that helmet going on as unlocking his superpower. Enables him to be hyper-focused, just a bit like wearing blinkers as a horse, if you like. And that enables him to be focused on the racetrack, which enables him to drive as fast as he does. And then finally on the end, we have a military veteran, Paul Fullick. Although he is an amputee, it wasn't from an incident in battle. That was a result, unfortunately, somebody driving into him when he was riding his motorcycle. I came back yesterday from testing in Portugal with Paul, and he's stepping up to drive our GT3 car next year, or this year, which is super exciting for us as a team. So that's our drivers, that's some of our drivers. But let's hear from them and understand a little bit more about the team.
Being part of Team Brit means everything to me. I sometimes in everyday life sort of feel looked down on a little bit, but coming into the team where everybody sort of has a collective identity of having a disability, it makes me feel normal again.
Being able to compete against able-bodied drivers proves to the rest of the world that there are areas where we can be on a level playing field, and Team Brit has given me back a part of me that I thought I'd lost.
Without the team, I probably wouldn't be where I am health-wise, mental health-wise at least. The team itself's a family.
We have the accelerator on this side, the brake on this side, and the gears up and down in the middle. The main advantage of this is if you've got one leg or no legs, no matter where you are in the rake of the steering, you can get to all the controls all at once.
The guy next to them or girl next to them doesn't care whether their legs work or not, they just want to beat them into the next corner. And when you're in a car, it feels like they've left their disability behind. Everybody wants to see everybody succeed and do well, whether that's in the car or outside of the car in their business or home life.
Ever since I got in a go-kart, I always loved being behind the wheel. It's the first time I ever felt in control. Without them, I wouldn't be able to be talking to a camera or talking to normal people. I wouldn't be in full-time employment.
When I was growing up, I got inspired by a Canadian deaf racing driver, and I hope that I can inspire other deaf people to do racing as well. One of the races is like having a massive adrenaline rush. You're just so pleased with what you've done.
To get a win is like no feeling compares to it. It's just amazing. We had a victory against Le Mans drivers in Spa, in British GT. That was one of the best feelings I've ever had.
The team's developed phenomenally since it started. Every time we go out, I'm proud. Every time the cars are out on track, you know, it's what we work towards, and every time a driver gets out in the car and they've got a smile on their face, that's pride for me. Almost since the beginning, our long-term goal has been to have the first team of all disabled drivers at the Le Mans 24-hour.
Competing at Le Mans, it would just show the world that no matter the disability, motorsport's inclusive.
And when Team Brit is ready, I want to make sure that I'm part of that racing team.
We are Team Brit.
So hopefully that's given you a little bit more of an insight into our team, and certainly some of the characters. They can't all be here today, obviously. We're sort of scattered all around the world testing and getting ready for the season ahead. But it gives you an understanding of what it means to them to be part of the team. Now, in terms of no class for disabled drivers, I heard it mentioned a couple of times in there. And what does that mean? So if you're a disabled runner, for example, you'll have to take part in the Paralympics. In motor racing, there is no class if you're a disabled person. And I think from our drivers, I think you may have heard me say it here in the video there, it's really empowering for our drivers to be able to compete on a level playing field. So for example, when our drivers get out of the car at the end, hop into their wheelchair and wheel up to the podium, the able-bodied people next to them are just sort of sometimes shocked, sometimes a little bit astounded that they've been beaten by somebody who's disabled. It's changed a little bit. Now we're slightly more known in the paddock. We've been around for 10 years now, so people know in the paddock who Team Brit are, and that makes a huge difference. We were testing in Portugal just yesterday, and you know, when we first started off, people didn't really pay us much attention. But we had the top 3 sort of BMW factory drivers that race for BMW came to see us in the garage because they were interested in our technology, and that was a very proud moment for me. So you may have seen it just exactly how it works when Paul was just showing you there how our controls work. Probably best if we take a step back. So if you're thinking about maybe somebody who's on the Motability scheme and they have a car provided with some adaptations, those adaptations are quite often quite rudimentary. So for example, the traditional system is a push-pull lever. Literally, holding the steering wheel with one hand, you have a lever in your left hand or right hand, depending on what's more comfortable, and it's a push, and a metal lever presses the brake, or it's a pull, and it presses the accelerator, which is fine for going to Tesco's, less good on a racetrack when you're coming into a hairpin, 100 miles an hour, hard on the brakes, flip down a couple of gears, balance the throttle. You can't do that. So therefore, the problem was the team were at a disadvantage. And when our team first started out, originally it was a charity for injured veterans called Kart Force. And some of those karting guys got so good, they asked what the next step was. And that's how we ended up forming Team Brit. But the team principal before me said, we're only going to do this if we can compete on equal terms. So he spoke to our engineering director and said, right, okay, guys got to have their hands on the steering wheel because that's what an able-bodied person would do. So they can control the gears and everything they need on the steering wheel. So we started off with quite a rudimentary system ourselves. It was still fly-by-wire, but very, very basic. And we've now progressed onto, I think, version 7, you can see here. Version 8 we've just fitted into our new BMW over this last week. So the rocker switches you see at the front there, they're gear up and gear down on both sides. And that's really for a couple of reasons. You might have your accelerator on the right paddle, hard gas. You might be going up with your left hand, so you're not doing 2 things at once. Brake hard on the left, gear down with your right thumb. But what do you do if you've only got one arm? Doesn't matter. You can do maybe accelerator and brake with your feet, gear up and down with the same thumb. Because we do team racing, it's really important when you're crossing over, you're swapping drivers, that you don't have to make many changes. So the last thing we want to be doing is reprogramming something when a new driver gets in. So it's important to be as seamless as possible. So we now sell these systems around the world. We don't sell many. Someone said to me, oh, surely you've patented that system. I think we sell 3 per year on average. So we're not talking high volume manufacturing, but it's more open source for us. We're far keener to get as many other disabled people around the world racing as we possibly can. And anything we can do to assist them in that process, we will do so. Now, somebody said to me the other day, they were asking about driving with their hands. From my point of view, I think in the future, I don't think people will be driving with their feet. You know, we might even miss a step and you'll be driving around as they do in Los Angeles in a car with no driver. However, electric cars these days, pretty much it's go and stop. You lift off the accelerator and it slows down quite a lot on its own already. So in reality, why aren't people driving with their hands? If you've got teenagers at home, like I have, you know they probably like playing PlayStation or Xbox. It's all with their hands. So they're already used to being extremely dexterous. One of the things I'm looking forward to is when one of the other race teams comes knocking on our door or knocks on the steward's door and says, we don't think what Team Brit's doing is fair, we think they've got an unfair advantage because they're racing with their hands and your hands are more dexterous than your feet. But just in terms of how the controls work, I haven't really given you much insight into that. So in terms of the controls, the accelerator is relatively straightforward. Most cars you'll have in the car park today have an electronic throttle. So that's an easy switch to just a pull lever on the right-hand side programmed into the car's system. The braking system is the clever bit. You squeeze the brake lever, talks to an ECU just under the bonnet, which speaks to an air compressor, tops up an air reservoir, goes through some pneumatic system, converts that to hydraulics, which presses the master cylinder. Fortunately, much quicker than I can say that, but that's the concept that allows our drivers to be able to compete on a level playing field. That's something we're developing all the time. It's around about 20 kilos of additional weight. So if you know anything about racing, you know how important weight is. The heavier the car is, the slower it goes. So we're always looking to be as efficient as possible and make that as light as possible. The latest development we had for our GT3 car is Paul, as you saw in the video, on the side there, he's an amputee. So he's got his left leg, but not his right leg. So we've had sort of like a hybrid system fitted to the car he's going to be racing, where it's just a hand throttle. So we don't have the heavy weight of the braking system, but it still allows him to compete on a level playing field. So we're always pushing the boundaries of what we want to be able to do. I had a great chat just before we came on about some of the businesses that have slightly longer lead times than us. And I think the lead time we discussed was between 7 and 10 years. Now, my lead time is, we've got a problem in the morning, something's designed in the afternoon, it's 3D printed overnight, it's on the car by the following day. That's the sort of lead time we're working to. But we're a smaller company, and that's the reason why we're able to be slightly more dynamic. We might not have the resource or the equipment to be able to do all those things, but neither on the shelf are the things we need. Quite often we're working with tools and equipment that's never even been thought of before to enable our drivers to be able to compete. So it's really, really important to be small and dynamic. I say small, we've got some very small 3D printers in the corner there, at the corner of that picture. But that's an example of how brands work with us as well. So if you're RS, for example, RS Components, the way they support our team is they provide us with the parts we need, as well as some cash too, but they provide the parts we need for our hand control system, which provides them a great story to tell, to position them as a great leader when it comes to disability and inclusion. So innovating for success. I think what's really important is that the amount of people I often approach if I'm looking for sponsorship for the team, because our team is completely funded by commercial sponsorship. I need to raise around about £1.5 million a year, just in case any of you got any spare change. I'll pass around a dish later. So, as you can see there, we're winning races. It's not about feeling sorry for disabled people. The amount of times when I've approached somebody for sponsorship, and they might say to me, Mike, don't worry, I'm so sorry, but we've already got our charity partner sorted for this year. And I say, that's great, we're not a charity. Why did you automatically associate the fact that we have disabled drivers with being charity? And I think what brands like is that we want to stand, it's the wrong term, but stand on our own 2 feet. We want to be able to compete on a level playing field and not get any special favours. If we're seen as being a charity team, people feel like, oh, do you want to come and shake a bucket and get 50p? No, what I want to do is deliver you a corporate partnership for £50,000 and deliver excellent return on your investment, just like any other sports team would want to do. We've met some amazing drivers during the course of Team Brit, and I think we've met a young gentleman recently that really sort of stood out as being our next engineering challenge. So Harvey Phillips is a triple amputee. He had meningitis as a child, had to have his extremities amputated. And I met him for the first time, Paralympic swimmer since the age of 10 years old. And I said, "Oh, do you want me to come and pick you up from the station?" He said, "Oh, no, don't worry, I'll drive." So what do you mean you're going to drive? So he has, on his steering wheel, he has a small little sort of cup, pops his elbow in, because he only has about this much arm, and he steers like this. And on the left side, he has he has no fingers, a little bit of thumb, and he sort of twists a lever to accelerate and push to brake, and he can do indicator just on the top of his thumb. So our engineers are now looking at a whole new challenge, because he can't use our normal hand control system. But that's what we do, is we're able to push the boundaries. Like my engineering director is very much along the lines of, provide me with a challenge and I'll provide you with a solution. So we're looking forward to seeing what Harvey can do in the car. He's extremely passionate. And one thing we often talk about, people say, "Mike, how do I become a driver for your team?" And if you're a disabled person and you want to come and try out for our team, you're more than welcome. We charge a small fee, you can go on a track day and zoom around. However, just because you want to be a racing driver doesn't mean you're going to be any good. I'll use the example, I might win the lottery this weekend, might suddenly decide to take up golf, might get the best clubs, go and play in Florida, get Tiger Woods as my coach. I could still be a poor amateur. So it's really important to try and make sure that we find the best talent. Excuse me. So, immovable deadlines. I think in business, one of the biggest challenges is, I've often heard with software companies talk about sort of project slip. What I really like with motor racing is the race starts on time. If you're ready or not, the race is starting. Maybe your car's not 100% ready, but 95% ready and working gives you a better chance of finishing the race. So I've whether it's maybe a builder, whether it's software delivery, whether it's a project, what I really like is the focus that's provided by that immovable deadline. I think as a team, it helps to bring everybody together. Everybody knows that's when the race starts. The car has to leave the garage at that point. I think there's we had a race at the back end of last season. Sometimes we have longer races. This particular day we had two 45-minute races. The first race, another car in a different class overtook us, misjudged their exit, completely pushed us in the wall. We had 2 hours to do what a body shop would probably quote you 3 weeks to do. We were able to find the parts we needed, rebuild that car. I think we were back out on track with 90 seconds to spare before they closed the pit lane. We didn't win that second race, but we did finish that race. We were able to compete, and I think those timelines really help to focus and build team ethic and teamwork amongst everybody. So on that note about teamwork, Formula One's coming up. If you're a Drive to Survive fan, that's out tomorrow, followed by the first Australian Grand Prix the weekend after. Those guys are going to be trying to do pit stops in about 2 to 3 seconds. Our pit stops work slightly differently, but still important nonetheless. So the way our team pit stops work is approximately from when you cross the pit lane line on the way in till you cross the white line on the exit, there'll be a set time. Say that's 2 minutes. 2.001, perfect stop, or 2.00001, perfect stop. 1:59 or less is a penalty. So how do you ensure that we maximise and don't leave too much time on the table? So we've got some special software to help us, some special hardware, which tells us when to leave the pit box, what speed to drive at, to arrive exactly at the right time at that line. I think last year they work out who had the best pit stop. Out of the 7 races, we had the 3 best, most accurate pit stops all year round. And saving that 2 or 3 seconds can make a huge difference. You can travel along, at 150 miles an hour, haven't done the sums, but you can travel a lot in 3 seconds. So anything we can do to make up that difference. Marginal gains is often a term used quite regularly in motor racing, and that's certainly something that relates to our pit stops. How can we make that difference? So what does project delivery look like for us? I think it changes from my perspective. I look after the commercial side of the business, but from my point of view, this is sort of one of my project deliveries. Start of the season, have we got the budget we need? Have we got the people in place? Have we got the right team behind us? Are we ready to go and win some championships? That's project delivery to me. Project delivery to my colleagues in the engineering team might be slightly different. From their point of view, project delivery is making sure the cars get to the track on time. Do they do the good pit stops? Servicing sometimes takes a couple of hours, depending on what you're servicing. Our servicing is a little bit quicker. Or is that project delivery celebrating a win at the end? I think it can be a mixture of both, but I think it's different for each person, but there's lots of projects along the way. So what is our ultimate goal? We touched on it briefly. Nice picture of Le Mans. We're heading to the Le Mans 24-hour race, hopefully by 2030. So we started off at the very bottom, 2017. We raced in a series called the Fun Cup. Looked a little bit like Beetles, but weren't Beetles. Progressed on up to an Aston Martin. We had a couple of McLarens, raced in Spa that we touched on briefly. And this year we're going to be racing in GT Cup with our BMW, along with a couple of other championships along the way. So we're heading in the right direction. We're confident we're going to get there, but we're going to need the support to get there. So as an example of some of the brands that we work with that you may have heard of, these are some of the big technology brands to a certain extent operate in our space. It's our job to deliver return on investment for those partners so they keep coming back. I think our longest partner's been with us over 10 years now, so hopefully that means we're doing something right. But we like to involve our partners in our stories, whether that's the technology they provide to help us provide a competitive advantage, whether it's hosting people, whether it's bringing simulators along to events like this, whether it's someone like myself or my colleagues coming to talk at events. There's lots of elements that we can bring along to help to enhance any partnership potential. So if anybody does want to speak to me afterwards, please do come and have a conversation. I'd love to see how we can work with your business. And that is Team Brit. Hopefully that's been interesting, but I believe there's time for a bit of questions. So hopefully we've had some questions fire in, and I'll be delighted to answer any ones we've had so far.
Well, Mike, thank you so much. Do you need a bit more water?
Thank you very much. I'll keep it. I should have had it on tap, really.
That was really, really fascinating. I have questions, and there are questions on the... just trying to see how much time is on the clock. Oh, there we go.
11.
Yes, perfect. So one of the questions that came in, which interests me, is how did you get involved in Team Brit?
That is a good story. So my background is, I've always been a race fan. I did a degree that was nothing to do with motor racing in logistics. As soon as I came home after I'd finished my last exams, I live in Milton Keynes, and the local kart circuit was opening back up. So I thought, I'll go and wave a flag there for a summer while I just try and work out what to do. Sort of 6 months later, I was running the place, was there within that group for about 10 years, and I met lots of racing people. I was always keen to go and work in Formula One, but never quite got the opportunity. A friend of mine went to work for one of the teams, and it was time for a new career. I gave him a call, and he said, I can probably pay you just about your train fare to get to London for a 4-week project supporting an event for the new Formula One team, which was Virgin Racing. I said, okay, I'll take a chance. And I was there for 4 years. So that was my break into sort of proper motor racing. I left there after 4 years, set up my own sports marketing agency, and Team Brit were one of my very first clients. So they started off at about 5% of my business, and now pretty much all my business.
Fantastic. So question here from Bill, who I know you've touched on it. How are you funded? I think Bill sent the question in, and obviously you're funded through sponsors. But are there other funding streams?
Yeah. So I think it's sponsorship is a hard business to raise. I always say that if you're a business, you need electricity, you need paper, pens, printers, computers. They're pretty key elements to most businesses. However, sponsorship is often seen as optional. So how else can we bring money into the business? We have a separate division we've just set up called Team Brit Track and Road. We're quite helpfully positioned where our workshop is, just next to a supercar dealer. So we now do all their servicing and repairs, or if you've got, we're out in Portugal at the moment running our own cars, but also we've got a customer car. So he said, look, I've got a Ferrari race car, would you be able to run it for us? So we run his car for him. So anything we can do to find other ways of income, sort of selling hand controls, servicing other people's cars, I'd like to be in a position where we're not reliant just on sponsorship. There's no prize money in motor racing. At the end, you might spend an absolute fortune and you'll get a shitty plastic cup. Okay? You could just go and buy that cup for £5 or £10 and save an awful lot of pain. However, it would be slightly less fun.
So there's a question here from Byron. What one piece of advice can Team Brit offer to the UK manufacturing network based on your success?
I think it's the ability to be innovative and fast-paced. From my point of view, I think anyone that's worked in a small business will know how much you can get done quickly and efficiently with as little red tape as possible, the more freedom to make decisions. And I think that really makes a difference from our perspective, is having those small time frames to be able to make decisions.
And actually, a question just going back to what you were saying about how expensive motorsport is. And obviously one of the criticisms at all levels of professional motorsport is that to get ahead or to get an early advantage, you very often have come from a very wealthy background. Those kids who ended up on the podium winning an F1 have often had family money behind them. Is there any comparison with what you do in that presumably some of these kids have, and also is there an age limit? You said the military vet was a veteran.
Yeah, you could say. If we start with your age limit question, not at all. If somebody, it doesn't matter how old you are, if you're good, some of the people we compete against might be in their 60s, or you can race in our championships from as young as 16. In terms of financials, there are very wealthy disabled people. Not on our team, unfortunately, but there are people that are very successful. There was a gentleman who we supplied a hand control system to his racing Ferrari, and he'd just sold his Perspex business after COVID.
Right.
So he was doing exceptionally well. But normally, and in fact, if you imagine the pictures of the people you saw on screen, none of our drivers came from money. Mm. So that puts a real challenge on raising the funding they need to be able to go racing. To give you an example, a season in one of our McLarens, for example, is about £100,000. And that's money we've still subsidised. That's not the market value. So how do they raise that money? So it's a mixture of, I try and help them guide them for their sponsorship approaches, particularly when you're looking for individual sponsorship. It might be businesses in your local town. Maybe if you're looking for £5,000, maybe you're looking for £2,500, maybe somebody to buy your race suit. Local businesses like to support local people that have done well and have made a name for themselves, and businesses want to see themselves supporting other people who've had a challenging time.
And do your drivers find that it's, I obviously noticed you've got 3 wheelchair users. You talked about your autistic and ADHD, so the non-physical disabilities. And I noticed there's a diversity of kids or drivers there. Do they find it difficult, depending on the story that they want to tell, on how hard or easy it is to raise those funds?
Yeah, I would say, Paul, our amputee driver, if we're coming to an event like this, I'd say whatever you do, don't wear trousers.
Yes.
People have got to know your unique selling point is the fact you've got one leg. You may be a racing driver. There's lots of other people that want to be racing drivers. What we found...
Sorry to interrupt you, but from a sort of journalist head, that's quite a difficult conversation to have, potentially, because you're sort of saying to these people, flaunt your disability, which is exactly what you are saying.
It is,
but it's not an easy thing to say.
No, and I think, say, for example, Aaron, our slightly elder driver, I call him our veteran driver, he's been disabled now for 15 years. So he fully embraced, he knows exactly what to do, he can make fun. I said everyone makes fun of themselves a little bit. If I ask Paul, I'll send a note on the group WhatsApp, everyone make sure, please don't forget your new race boots. I've only got one, So, a very small aside on amputees. They team amputees up at hospital to create a leg buddy. So if they find someone who's lost their right leg, team up with someone who's lost their left leg, so they can buy shoes and stuff. How cool's that? Fantastic.
But going back to the question, but I think what you were saying there is perhaps the longer they've been living with a disability, the more at peace they are, perhaps, and they can sort of have that dark humour about it. Or,
yeah, I think
or
it is.
You have to be much more sensitive.
My job is to give them confidence. So
yeah.
You'll know from a journalist and a presenter, you know, I don't stick my drivers up on stage and go, right, chat about your disability for 20 minutes. I'll have them here lined up on the stage, and we'll talk to them and ask them questions and prompt them. And I know what they're used to talking about, what they're comfortable talking about. They're all pretty comfortable talking about if they've had an accident. So Noah's accident, where he ended up upside down on a motorbike and landed badly and mistimed his jump. We'll talk about what's happened. But he's had a fascinating story. So he went back to school and he won the National Art Prize because he'd created a sculpture that was of his paralysed legs, cut out of perspex, like suspended. And I think quite often if you ask any of the drivers without their disability if they'd ever thought they'd be racing a GT car, they would, you know, so they look at it almost as a positive, and their disability to them has provided them the access they would never have had otherwise.
Yeah, right. The questions have now come in thick and fast, so I'm going to
I'll be
rattle,
quick.
I'm going to rattle through.
Quick responses.
Culture must be critical for the team. This is from Gary. How do you maintain a healthy team culture?
I think everybody celebrates everybody. We did some filming. When we go to Portugal, we capture a lot of our pre-season media content. Name 3 words that sum up Team Brit. So all the drivers get asked, all the senior team personnel. Family came up more than anything else. You're with a group of people who've got the same challenges or that you can discuss, whatever that might be, and everybody feels like they're home, their opinions valued, and that's not something they always see in the normal life.
I've got 2 connected questions, and this is with the caveat that technology perhaps isn't your complete area, but what are the biggest technology challenges? I'm not being rude. We discussed this before. What are the biggest technology challenges Team Brit faces, and also your team of engineers overcoming challenges? What's the best thing you feel they have invented? So their challenges and their biggest success, or the coolest thing.
So the
they've
challenge
done.
is nothing is off the shelf. You don't walk into a shop and say, "Can I buy a fly-by-wire braking system for a GT car?" So overcoming that, you know, how are we going to make that happen? And one thing that people probably forget is, and a lot of you will be aware of this in your own businesses, is regulation. You know, motorsport is quite set in its ways and doesn't like change. And so we've arrived here with a lot of change. So we're coming up with things that make people nervous. So anything to do with braking makes people nervous. So one of our things that we actually put in from the beginning was an emergency handbrake lever. So a more traditional sort of Motability standards kind of system. So if the unlikely event that the braking system failed, we've got a backup, things have gone wrong lever that allows us to stop the car in an emergency. So there's things like that make a difference. And I think that hand control system that's now understood to be the most advanced hand control racing system in the world is a pretty cool achievement.
Pretty cool achievement. This is a very specific question. Knowing how important lightweighting is, how interested are you in exploring collaboration for interior space lightweighting with sustainable materials? I'm guessing that's a pointed question.
Lightweighting sounds very specific. One of the challenges we have in a GT car is their cars are what they call homologated. So all the parts on them have to be the same. We get dispensation to add our hand control system, but if I want to put a different set of wheels on, I can't. You know, the value of the car, the GT3 car and the GT4 car, is they're built to a set of rules. So when we go and race that car, whether it's in the UK, Europe, Asia, America, wherever, the scrutineer, the person that checks you're not cheating, can open up the rule book and go, this is how the car has to be built. So the suspension has to be the same, the wheels, the interior. So there's not an opportunity for lightweighting, I'm afraid.
Right, that answers that one. Final question from Christopher, who says, do most of the registered disability relevant organisations know you exist? I imagine there must be thousands who'd love to drive a racing car and would have given up on that dream.
I'd like to think we're known. but obviously you can never, not everybody knows about us. So Motability are one of our partners, which helps enormously because they have 750,000 members. So we're regularly in their publications, which helps to share our story, which is fantastic.
All right. Well, obviously, I speak for all of us when I say we wish you all the very best of luck with that ambition to do the 24-hour drive, and obviously wish all your drivers most success in the world possible. Please give Mike a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I would just like to add my thanks to all those who asked questions and apologies to those I didn't manage to get to. We're going to come to our next panel discussion now, which I'm delighted to be chairing. We're looking at driving the future, manufacturing leaders and what's next. So I'm delighted to invite my panels. They're going to cleverly sit underneath their own photographs, if we can say that, so that our tech guys know who's who. And I hope that everybody, have we got handheld mics? You're all on lapels, even better. Well, that's fantastic. So let me quickly, in fact, you know what, because we haven't got that much time and I've gone a minute over, I'm going to ask you each to introduce yourselves briefly. We'll start with Nandini, closest to me, and we'll work our way along the line.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me. So I work at the Manufacturing Technology Centre, which is right here where you are. So welcome, everybody. So I am the Director for Digital Engineering here at MTC. What we do at MTC is all about helping our manufacturing, supply chain, manufacturing ecosystem accelerate innovative, disruptive technologies at scale and at pace. That's our role.
Lovely. Jennifer.
Fabulous. Hi there. So I'm Jennifer Griffith. I'm the Net Zero Skills Project Lead, which is a lot of buzzwords, but hopefully it will make sense very soon, at the National Manufacturing Institute of Scotland. It's another catapult centre, so a sister centre to MTC. And I actually work in a really interesting way where I'm able to be a cross-function throughout the business of NMIS, where I support multiple projects in their skills capabilities and how to get that on board. But most largely speaking, I work on the Remake Value Retention Centre, which is a lot to do with circular economy. And I'll pass over.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rob Harvey. I'm Head of Production System for Rolls-Royce SMR. So we're here to deliver the future of clean energy for all.
Lovely. Phil.
As for me then, I'm Phil Lovell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Smart Park. I spent my career, pretty much all of it, in the food and drink industry. Smart Park, we're building our first Smart Park in Derby, so a very large 110-acre site, about 12 food factories on there, about half it's built out. Gives all of those factories a unique opportunity to share, work together and find innovative ways to collaborate.
Lovely. And Alison.
Hi, I'm Alison Gamble. I'm the Chief of Industrialisation for Assembly, Test and Controls in our large engine civil business at Rolls-Royce. That's a really long title. So what does that really mean? I look after future technologies for our assembly, test and controls areas, and I also look after bringing in new products, which I'm hoping in the near future in our civil market we'll be able to deliver.
Lovely, exciting stuff. Well, thank you so much. I'm just going to remind you, if anybody's forgotten how to ask questions, we definitely want questions for this session. You go into the app, you go into the schedule, the little diary logo at the bottom, you find this session, Driving the Future Manufacturing, you click on that session and go down to the bottom and there's the bit where it says ask a question at the bottom there, and that's how you do it. So I've got the iPad here, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that, but we're going to kick off. Nandini, we're going to kick off with you. Obviously we're talking about digital engineering, and which digital capabilities do you think are going to have the biggest impact on productivity, manufacturing productivity?
Very interesting question. I think sometimes people expect us to talk about quantum sensing, these sort of things, but I think what you're talking about is more near term, mid-term. So AI has been used over and over again, the term AI has been used, but for me the most important thing is AI is just the tip of the iceberg. So we need systems, we need data to be interconnected, to be available in the right places. So currently, the biggest problem of not being able to use data efficiently is there are too many silos. Data is fragmented across manufacturing sides, within the enterprise system sides, as well as within our suppliers. So I think for me, the biggest thing to ensure people can use all these technologies, which are already out there, right, in earnest, is to have systems talking to each other, is to ensure the data is contextualized. People can actually use data and these algorithms in earnest. So for me, that's probably the biggest thing that we should be able to see.
And our other panellists, I don't know if Phil, from your perspective, that you would agree from the sort of engineering side of things, what's the next big thing that will have a big impact?
Yeah, I think digitisation is going to be very, very important. So if I think about my industry, food and drink, a lot of the older factories that I've seen and run, it's very hard to get lots of data, but I think the more you can be data-driven in your decision-making, the better. That data helps you drive more concrete solutions, and obviously they're having systems that help you collect that data. AI technology is great at looking at many, many data points that as humans we can't grasp. So certainly anyone that's thinking of putting in new bits of equipment, new technology, making sure you collect all of that data is actually quite vital, I think, actually.
And specifically in food and drink, what are the biggest problems that you don't think you found a tech answer to? Yes, or what are the things that really bug you?
Yeah, well, so I'd say in food and drink, so we've heard about automation quite a bit today. A lot of robotic technology still hasn't quite taken off from food and drink yet. So if you work in a high-care food and drink factory that's making product that's ready to eat, it gets washed and cleaned every night. The whole factory gets taken to bits. So we know if a robot's good in a food factory, if it's passed our hygiene team's test. If they're not destroyed it overnight, we know it's pretty good. But some of that is still quite difficult to find. But I would equally say you can, there's a lot you can do without automation. You know, I talked about collaboration a bit earlier. I think if I was to suggest one thing you could all do, that is go and find some like-minded people to collaborate with, actually. You'd be surprised at what you can learn from each other. And you started that by coming to this National Manufacturing Summit, actually. You probably met someone in the audience, talked to someone next to you. There's a load of things you can learn by walking around each other's factories, actually. Solutions that you may never have thought of. But you've got to put some time into that. So finding people to collaborate with and putting some time into thinking about those solutions, I'd say, is pretty key.
But do you find, I don't know whether any panel, just on that issue of collaboration, whether anyone else wants, sometimes I talk to people and they say that's absolutely the answer to everything, and other people are saying, well, I don't really want somebody coming into my, looking at my secrets or looking at, all the clever things that I've come up with in my shop floor or in my company. I don't know if, Rob, you were nodding.
Yeah, I think it's a big one for us, especially. I mean, I think there's a bit of an issue with engineering as well, because I think as engineers, often people want to solve all the problems themselves. That's what people love to do. People love to spend a lot of time kind of like tinkering and coming up with their own ideas because it's exciting, and that's great, isn't it? But at the same time, we're in business, we're trying to develop industry, and quite a lot of the time you'll come across, there are fields of expertise out there, and I think getting the right integrated partnerships with other people who are actually often more developed than you, and then integrating that into your idea is actually a much more powerful way to get the job done. So in some respects, I think it's a big challenge in manufacturing and engineering to almost kind of like get over yourself a little bit sometimes and make sure that you're using the kind of the value of the community rather than just doing it yourself. So I think collaboration is absolutely key. That's not to say that you can't, having a focus on coming up with a solution isn't a really powerful thing as well. But, let's make sure that we're focusing on the right stuff. And using the voice of the room, the voice of the community to give the value where it's available.
Jennifer, just coming back to net zero, obviously with net zero people are often talking about the skills gap, and I'm sure all of you have got things to say on skills. I mean, we've been doing this summit for 6 years, and skills, every single year it's like Groundhog Day with the skills gap. But what practical steps do you think manufacturers should be or are working on towards preparing their workforce and minimising that gap?
I would take a kind of approach to that to say that net zero itself, it's not a good target for businesses, and I say that with caveat of we have to, when we're talking to businesses, I came from a business background, I worked in an SME, you have to talk about efficiency first, you have to talk about savings first. Reaching the net zero target is only good for if you're a small company, for your supply chain, for attracting more investment. So when I talk about the skills gap and how can businesses be working towards within net zero and the skills gap, it's about what skills can be solved that you're facing right now. And we've had incredible ways of being able to do that within NMIS. We have I think I'll go to the internship program that we run for them for being an example to that suggestion that you've given us on. We are having, I don't know if this room is particularly heard of digital product passports. That's a new, yeah, I'm seeing some nods in the audience, great to see. That's a new thing coming in, and well, I work in Scotland, and one of the first waves of regulation is textiles. That's going to affect hugely textiles exports. So within digital product passports, you have to show a number of pieces of information, and rightly so, people are scared. They don't know this new technology coming in. But through our internship program, we're able to take graduates. And last year, our graduate actually made a digital product passport for a textiles company that was a wind turbine. They took the material from wind turbines and made them into handbags for the Victorian Albert Museum in Dundee. And they had no background in data array or anything, but they worked with our digital team, and we got a second year university graduate and this company, and they've got that on the product ready to sell now. So that's where I see net zero being a good target to go for. We help them and prove net zero targets. Digital product passports are fabulous to be able to show your credentials behind that work. And yes, so that's my answer on that one.
Yeah, that's a great story. And maybe if anybody else has any questions about digital product passports or anything further on that, we can discuss them in a bit more detail. Alison, from an industrialisation perspective, when we're talking about assembly, tests, controls, what will be essential for manufacturers to really stay ahead or stay competitive?
So I think if I take it from a Rolls-Royce perspective, in the near term, we have two areas. One is putting automation in the right places. So in assembly, we are very manual still. You know, we have digitally connected tools, but a lot of the work that we do is manual assembly. So where can we make those dull, dirty and dangerous tasks reduced through automation for us is really key. The bit that I guess maybe many of you struggle with, and potentially we do too, is around how do you elicit that right business case for your business to enable you to secure that funding to put that automation in. I think the other thing, certainly again talking from experience in assembly, is around the supply chain, and having that resilience in our supply chain would really help. An aircraft engine is made up of 30,000 parts. If we're missing one, we can't deliver that engine. And certainly through COVID and the changes in the world geopolitics, we've had issues with our supply of materials. So that has really affected how efficient we are and how competitive we can be in terms of our engine delivery over the past few years. If we look at the longer term though, hopefully Rolls-Royce will have the challenge of entering a new civil engine market in terms of middle of the market, and that is essentially rate driven. We'd be going from about 6-8 engine deliveries a week to potentially, if we're very successful, up to 32. And you know, you can understand that that might be looking at more of an automotive perspective as to how we build our engines in the future. So definitely automation is where I'd be looking.
And on those issues, any of the other panellists with anything to add to that? Nandini, you look like you were nodding.
I think there is something here, because we were talking about collaboration and we were talking about skills. So I think the power of ecosystems, power of convening, powers of collaborating, so learning what has been successfully done within, let's say, automotive, how do we translate into addressing your challenge, Yash, and how do we address it within the food and drink sector? I think, again, with collaboration comes a natural way of diffusing skills as well. Mm-hmm. And centres like ourselves, the whole Catapult network was actually set up to de-risk the acceleration of technologies. What we do is we use technologies within pre-industrial and industrial test beds. We also have, within this facility, we have perhaps UK's 6th largest national skills provider, so does National Manufacturing Institute at Scotland as well. So there is lots we could do, and we do a lot in convening some of these communities of technology suppliers, standards, regulators, manufacturers, but also looking across into Europe, looking across into America, into Japan. What is happening? What's out there? Just not the technology, but the culture, the transformation, people. How do we learn from some of these things? So again, I think Centre like ourselves has a huge role in ensuring the manufacturing ecosystem has the ability to scale at pace. Yeah.
Rob, just picking up a bit on that, but specifically your area, advanced production systems, how do they evolve, or what can you teach wider manufacturing community from your environment?
I think our environment is somewhat different to many in that we're working on a global stage with a global supply chain, and therefore a lot of what's important and will drive our business is about sort of data collaboration across a very dispersed supply chain, and things like how do you operate in a common data environment, so you're integrating data from lots of different sources in potentially different formats, but in a way that talks to each other. And there's a lot of development in that space going on, because obviously there's an awful lot around how to use data. I know we talked a lot today about things like AI and emerging technologies in that sense, but really how do you drive that in terms of a very diverse data set that you're trying to drive a level of operational efficiency by using all that data set, and how do you get it all collaborative? So I think that's definitely an area whereby not only us but also the industry that supports us, we can learn a lot about. And I think the other side of it is our role as leaders in that, because certainly in terms of AI, well, it's such a fast-paced evolving area of the business and is such a key driver of efficiency, then maybe some of us who are in the older generations and in leadership positions in these global industries aren't necessarily the people who are best versed at how they can be used effectively. So I think making sure that we're using the voice of the room and the innovative thinking that really does go on both within our companies and our workforce, and some of the younger members of our workforce, I think it's going to be key for us all going forward.
Lots and lots of questions coming in already, so thank you so much. I'm going to start dropping some in, and particularly because you were just talking about data. There's a question with a lot of votes. And don't forget, you can vote on your favourite questions so that they go to the top of the list. This question says, beyond cost savings, how do you change the mindsets of the leaders who struggle to see the value of data or digitisation? And that's sort of the area we were just touching on. Phil, you look like you're thinking about that one.
So, as I said earlier, I think data is quite important. I guess the best way to convince those leaders is to put it into action. You can sometimes get paralysed by too much data when you've got it. So I would say the first thing to do is to take an issue or something, start an improvement campaign on something. You can do that pretty simply with your shop floor teams, your management teams, and make a start and collect some data that will help you drive towards a solution, and show some of those leaders, actually, because of this data, I can make a difference. And it's not being paralysed by having too much of it. You can start very, very simply, actually. And being better at manufacturing something, or advanced manufacturing, is about just being a bit better than you are today. It doesn't mean you need to be, top-end class. That doesn't, I'm in the food and drink industry. We're quite a way behind the best in automotive in reality. But actually, if we can be a bit better in our factories and learn more from, some other sectors, you can drive improvement. And by showing your leaders that gathering some data helps to drive that, you will drive down cost. You will be more efficient. It's slightly inevitable. And you'll need that data to prove it, actually. It's really important you have that data and you have KPIs and you get to clear conclusions. It's not subjective. We started here, we're now there, we're better.
Anyone want to jump in on that? I'm going to move us. Yep.
Sorry.
No, you're sorry.
I was just going to say, we have a lot of data at Rolls-Royce already, and they're in disparate different softwares, and actually having the opportunity to pull all of that together and make it visible in a way that people can understand it has really helped. For example, driving lead time on the shop floor and throughput, you know, now that's visible. We're using live data. People expect that to be up to date within 5 minutes has really improved our work operational effectiveness. So it's a good example.
I'll just briefly say on another example I really liked was we ran a program to get cobots into small companies in the local region. And what we found is we had to give an awareness day for people in the business who were interested. And then the second session was to do an ROI, maybe bringing their accountants over or someone else who was interested within their company to try and get buy-in. And the third item was to train them to use it. And the fourth was to put a cobot in their company for 6 months for free. And that was all about bringing different people into business and then giving it to them, because you might not know. We don't know their challenges exactly. We don't know if it's going to work for them. That's up to them to decide. We're here to de-risk the innovation and help them see that. So that's one way, an example of how data doesn't need to be, you can show and present practical examples as well with data.
I'm going to turn, in fact, we have a lot of questions, so even though we've got time, we're going to rattle through some, but there's the very popular one here. There is much talk, brackets, too much perhaps, about AI in manufacturing. What's the view of the panel on the importance and transformative impact of additive manufacturing? So an anti-AI. Nandini.
Well, I think for me, additive has a huge role within manufacturing. So the previous speaker was talking about rapid prototyping. That is agility. That's what additive gives us. So rapidly design something, test it, and then decide whether you can use this component or not. But again, I think they're all tied very closely together. So there is this whole digital loop. So you're testing something in the digital world. People use the word digital twin. I'm not going to use the word digital twin, but I'm saying
you've just used it
with the negative sign in front. But I think for me, it's like additive is a highly digital process as well. So you're rapidly designing something very quickly, something that you would probably do in a few days' time. You're doing it a few hours' time, right? We've done numerous projects in additive manufacturing where we have specifically looked at lightweighting. So these might be for aircraft, these might be for space prototype. We have also used additive manufacturing for tooling as well, so rapidly printing something. So for me, additive is a highly digitalized process. So we've also looked into predicting part quality of an additively manufactured component as well. So again, we managed to do that because we were able to digitalize the process chain end to end. So starting from design into inspection as well. So in-process inspection and things like that. So for me, additive is a huge opportunity to digitalize our value chains, definitely.
Any other comments on additive before I move on?
Well, from an additive ALM point of view, it offers fantastic benefits from a civil aerospace point of view. One, because we can potentially reduce the number of components in our engines, so maybe not 30,000 of them would need to be built, but also we get a lot of benefit from air cooling and different ways of creating air passages to give that efficiency benefit in the aircraft. So it's something that we are looking at. We have already got an additive layer manufactured component into one of our business aviation engines as well. So it's something at the forefront of our mind and how we can utilise that.
Okay, great question. Right, we're going to move on to a supply chain question. Interesting given what we've heard in this session, but also in others. So many of the recent disruptions, this questioner says, have resulted in claims that reshoring would ramp up, yet the needle has barely moved. Why? And what can be done about it? So reshoring, a lot of talk, but not that much action about that. Who wants to take on the supply chain question?
I might have a go at that.
Yep.
So if you take food, 46% of everything you eat is imported. in this country currently. And we heard a bit about some of the challenges of that today. So one of the difficulties in this country particularly is energy. Food industry is quite energy intensive actually. You're chilling or freezing quite a lot of stuff. That makes it a challenge to do. And also we heard one of the early speakers talking about legislation as well. So I think it is really important that the industrial strategy is linked to government strategy as well. So in terms of things we can all do, it is about going to some of those things like mayor's roundtables, getting involved. I do quite a lot of that now. I wouldn't have thought I'd do it early in my career, but it is pretty important we do the bits we can to make sure those things line up. And also then do the things that we're in control of to move it. So again, if I think about food, so I think what I'm doing, we're building a lot of food factories in the UK. That allows us to onshore stuff, reduce food miles, get people working with each other, think about how we reuse waste. It's about bringing some of those like-minded businesses together. That'll be true of a lot of the other people you see represented here, some of the other categories where automotive circle themselves with suppliers, life sciences in Cambridge and that cluster. There are ways and means to do this, but I think we need to all work harder to convince local, central government to work with us. And that industrial strategy, we all need to make sure our voices are heard.
Yeah. I would say that I would almost struggle with the question because from what I'm seeing when you kind of first mentioned it, I'm seeing a lot more activity within the skills supply chain. And then I'm obviously kind of questioning that. I was like, yes, but it's probably, I think there's a lot of backlog. We're still proving a lot of the technologies, especially with, I'll put this in the lens of the remanufacturing work that we do. It's called, the RVRC is the project up where I am. And we're working with very large companies up there in order to show that remanufacturing is a viable business strategy for them. And they're now finding that there's skills gaps, there's skills knowledge there. Remanufacturing, by the way, it's a much more labour-intensive process than traditional manufacturing typically. So we're actually expecting to see more work in manufacturing due to that, more jobs within manufacturing to do with that. And what people are coming to me with is that they don't have enough apprentices coming through specific programs. So I am working with companies, with people on how it is we solve that. So from a skills point of view, there is movement, but that's not going to be recognised for the next few years. And that's probably what the panel, or sorry, the audience is seeing in this respect.
Very good. Right, a lot of questions to get through. Sticking on skills, so probably coming back to you, Jennifer. We can only teach what's known. What do you feel is the right approach to develop our workforce for future manufacturing skills needs?
Oh, wonderful question, whoever asked that. Thank you very much. So I will say that when economic times are tough, companies go to the government in order to try and get funding. That's what stimulus is. The catapult centres that's what they are built for. They're here to translate the work of academia into industry. They're here to research things and risk-proof them and put them into those spaces. Goodness, sorry, I've lost my phone. Can you repeat the question?
What do you feel is the right, it's about we can only teach what is known. So how do we approach developing our workforce for the future?
Thank you so much. Yes, I'll ADHD, I'll apply for the Drive team as well. Centres like this are here in order to research. So we do the research and then we translate that back into industry. So they're not known, but that's why we're here. We test it out, we prove it, and we give it back. I've got so many examples I could go through with, but I just know that we don't have the time. But yes, I think things will change faster than you think they will.
And Rob, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, in a way I was going to challenge the question a little bit, because I'm not sure that we can only teach what known is quite the right way of looking at it. For me, you can teach to innovate and to explore, and that's actually a lot of MTC where we are today and the general manufacturing environment. Part of what we need to teach is the ability to develop new capabilities and new things so that we can adapt to the new challenges going forward and the new technologies that present themselves. And to my mind, that's a great challenge for us, as leaders in the business. How do we not only develop a workforce that is there to meet today's challenges, but also how do we develop a workforce and an industry basis that is able to adapt going forward, because that's where sustainability comes in terms of long-term business. You know, you cannot develop a business unless you do it very, very quickly just to meet a short-term goal and then hope that that stays, because life's not like that. You've got to develop something that is future-proof and sustainable, and that comes from adaptability. And I think that's proven time and time again. That's a lot of where, you know, UK industry greatness has come from. It's the ability to innovate and the ability to engineer new solutions for emerging markets coming out.
Lovely. Right, I'm going to try to mash up a couple of questions together, because we've had some SME, a few different SME questions. So I'm going to just see if I can. So one is collaboration's been mentioned. 99% of manufacturers are SMEs. Does anyone on the panel have any successful collaboration stories from working with SME manufacturers? What can we learn and share with the room? And somewhere there's another. Yes. What's the panel's view on the best approach to ensure long-term skills in manufacturing? SMEs in traditional manufacturing companies really struggle to attract talent, and sometimes automation isn't the answer. So two different aspects of SMEs, some SME collabs and some skills within SME and automation. Who wants to tackle that one?
I've got so many, but I feel I've already gone over a couple of examples. If anyone else wants to jump in, through to Love.
I'm just thinking from a Rolls-Royce perspective, because your supply chain is so many layers deep.
Yeah.
So is there something you would like to bring?
Well, I think we work heavily with the MTC, and that's our opportunity to really collaborate with those SMEs. One example I've got is at the MTC we've done some work with Trump. I know they're not a UK company, but they've helped us collaborate on laser technology to support our repair area of the business, and that's worked really well. They've obviously got the technology, we've got the problem, and you know that's improved their capabilities as well. So it's definitely something that we're willing to support and look at. Yeah.
And in fact, I found the other SME. I knew there was a third one, and this was specifically for Nandini and Jennifer. How are the high-value manufacturing catapult centres working together to spearhead leadership development, particularly in helping SMEs? So you've got a skills, a leadership, and a collaboration questions all about SMEs.
I'll take a punt at it. So high-value manufacturing catapult is a network of 6 organisations. So we are at MTC. Jennifer is from Scotland at NMS. So all of our centres, all 6 of our centres, work very actively with SMEs, across the different manufacturing sectors. I can't remember offhand how many SMEs we interact on a yearly basis, but very simple things. We've looked into understanding bottlenecks within their current facility. We've also gone in and done something really simple in terms of putting up some really big screens with live KPI dashboards. So again, that's very, very positive. We've also done a lot of change management sort of activities where we have gone in and we have worked with their C-suites to understand what is the business challenge. We were talking about technology, but I think for me, the first question is, what is the business challenge technology is trying to address? Because we've got to have a North Star before we try to go and implement a technology roadmap, right? So, but also along with that, the skills part is incredibly important, right? So the other thing I will mention before I hand over to Jennifer is Innovate UK Business Connect. They run initiative called KTP, so Knowledge Transfer Partnerships, Knowledge Transfer Network. It is an incredible way of getting some talent within your business if you're an SME. And the knowledge transfer, the KTP associates are typically supported by an innovative business. It might be a catapult, it might be an academia. So there is a lot of horsepower and innovative thinking behind that KTP, and this KTP then goes ahead and spends a year or two with the manufacturer. So we have seen some really great success stories. So I don't know if anybody from Aston University is in the room. So they have got a stand in the mezzanine upstairs. So they do a lot of work with KTP, so there's some brilliant success stories there. Do you want to add something to that?
I really love just kind of going back to examples, like that's just how it makes it something tangible in my brain. I would say I have a series I do, so as skills, it's not just about young people, like that's what a lot of focus goes to, but also it's an explicit target within my work package is for engagement with the business community and transfer of knowledge to them. So I run different sessions. I've just run 3 on remanufacturing of the RVRC. And they've all had different focuses. They've all had a digital product passport theme throughout because that is such a big deal to a lot of manufacturers around us at the moment and going forward. But we're able to do one specifically for large businesses, was my first one, and business models there. The second one was for SMEs, and it was all about interactive design. And what I did was I stepped back and I let them collaborate with kind of gamified examples of what the speakers were talking about from NMIS. And why I was doing this was championing industry because they want to learn from each other. I'm there to help facilitate and I want to be able to provide a safe space where they know they're not going to be sold to. I was in an SME, it can be a free event, you always think there's something that comes along with that, but no, these are saying, this is the technology, if this is right for you, come to me and I will try and direct you in the right way. I know of other solutions, I have other partners, I do talk about MTC and the MRC in Sheffield, our partners in Wales, it's across UK partnership, but also the different enterprise agencies and funding agencies. This is just because those are my KPIs, is helping businesses. And it's a wonderful position to be able to be in to help train people, and that's what you get out of it, or you might get more by finding out how to work with us in other ways.
Okay, lovely. I'm going to go on to Catherine's question, which is, traditionally we have manufacturing engineers completing the digital transformation roadmaps. Is that the right approach, or does a software or business systems specialist have a more holistic view of what the business needs? Now, who's the best person to,
I can have a bit of a go at that. It's an interesting question because we're actually wrestling with exactly this question at the moment, and I think the answer, and maybe this depends a little bit on the size of the business application that you're looking at, but in reality the way that we're dealing with it is in very sort of different areas of the organisation and bringing people and expertise together, not only our own internal people but also that of the supply chain, because I think the digital space is very complex and it's very nuanced. And it's very difficult for an individual, whatever you badge them as or whatever their background is, to actually truly develop certainly in large scale, a capable solution. So in reality, I do a lot of work and a lot of my team are manufacturing engineers, and they are looking at how do we apply digital to operations to make it effective. But you can't do that without having software specialists and systems architects and also suppliers out there who are adding the expertise in. Obviously, I'm dealing with relatively large-scale systems, so in a way that is somewhat kind of like goes with the territory. But I think in reality, it is that mix of organisation. And I think one of the things that we've, to an extent, got to get past is the kind of pigeonholing of people into roles, because in reality, in business, as we said, and digital is a prime example of this, the pace of change is so great that you can't stay pigeonholed into your own perspective. You need to integrate as a team, and as an enterprise to get the solution that's right for the business.
Well, on that note, I'm going to have to draw this to a close. I am aware that there are more questions, but I'm sure the panel will be sticking around. I know there are questions, more questions on net zero, and there were questions on apprenticeships. Why don't we have more? Which we all know that comes up every year. All sorts of questions about leadership and so on, but I am slightly over time. But we are now having a break. We're having a 20-minute coffee break. So grab your chance to collar one or more of our panellists while they're sitting there like victims waiting to be pounced on. But before you pounce on them, please give them a big round of applause. Hello and welcome back. I hope you all had long enough for a break. I see it's raining, so I'm not sure many of you have been outside. It's been a while since we've seen some rain. We're now going to move on to our final two sessions of the day. And you'll remember, cast your mind back to this morning when we were asking you a lot of questions, asking you to help us really get inside your businesses, your heads, what's going on, what your attitude to all things manufacturing are. And we're now going to get the results of that session. I'm going to invite back onto the stage Nick Leader, who's going to take us through what he's found out about us. Nick.
Thanks, Daisy. Well, this is probably the worst presentation ever because I had no time to prepare because it was only based on the results of today. But this is your voice in the questions we ask. It's really important. So, strategy has a trust and an awareness gap. Given the audience, we call that statistically valid at this point. If we actually look at the distribution of it, what we see is nearly 90% of you are ultimately skeptics. That actually you've got low confidence in the industrial strategy actually making an impact to your organisation. Now that's kind of a big red flag, I would say, for the current progress. But what we do see is that there are a few engaged pragmatists around this. So, where does the audience sit? I'm hearing laughter, by the way. This isn't a comment. I am not Jimmy Carr at this point in time. So, that's kind of point. Number. What was that? Hopefully, can you hear me at the back? There we go. So, what is it? If we're skeptics around this, what is it we've got to nail first? What's the most important thing we've got to go after? Well, actually, skills. Everybody, 30% said the skills, we need those in place. We need people who can actually deliver the change as well, not just design PowerPoint slides around it. Next, we talked about the technology. Now, this will become a bit of a recurring theme, these two things, through the results. And that's actually given me a bit of confidence. And we would be remiss around the energy costs. That was a very good point raised very early on this today with Nigel, but actually, energy costs in this instance is the third priority that the industrial strategy needs to nail. So number one, it's about people. Also, the strategy's impact, we believe, will be won or lost on the enablers it provides and not on its ambition. Now, there's got a lot of ambition if you read about it today, but it's the enablers that will make a difference to you as manufacturers. So the next set of questions and the next set of results, we're really looking at what are the enablers you're after. So what's, first of all, before we talk about the enablers, what are the blockers? So number one is uncertain market conditions are fundamentally volatility we're all seeing is actually the primary blocker to making investments. If you don't have confidence in where you're going to be next month or in 6 months' time, making decisions around your capital investments now, you tend to be more conservative than you would be normally. That's then followed up to access to funding. Now, how many people in this audience, very quickly, know the available routes to get to funding for your business? Is it clear and straightforward? No. There's a general kind of negativity there. So that's an important enabler. There is funding available. Getting at it is a challenge. What we see then is the combination of doing many things at the same time. There are ultimately, on a day-to-day basis, many priorities we're all dealing with. But that's equal to actually a lack of expertise to actually make that. And that correlates very strongly to previous results we saw earlier on today. Leadership awareness comes quite low. And I kind of, with Nigel and not with him at the same time, when he mentioned this morning that we often point towards leaders in organisations not having the capability. And it's because we don't have the capacity to learn. And I actually, some of the insights results, and we run a survey or run the analysis every year, we're seeing the gap between the educational awareness of what technologies and opportunities could be provided with leaders, that gap is growing between leaders of large organisations versus SMEs. SME knowledge and awareness is actually stagnating, where the multinational companies are accelerating because they are investing in education of leaders as well. So my point here is, whilst we rank leadership awareness quite low, I think as leaders of manufacturing businesses, we owe it to ourselves to educate ourselves on these terms, on these buzzwords, and understand what it means as an opportunity to us as an organisation. What would unlock adopting new technologies? So, first and foremost, back to funding, capital grants and tax credits. That's followed very quickly by skills and support staff. So again, it's a finance people question. What surprises me a little bit is actually the use of external independent guidance is low. So what we're saying is we need money, we need the people, but we're not going to take input from people that might know this as well. So actually, I think there's a good opportunity there that perhaps, and the important thing here is the word of independent. You know, asking a vendor what the right answer is, I can pretty much put money on what the answer is going to be. So independence is really important in this. And I'm just checking on time how I'm doing. Right, I don't want to see that red number going. That's quite scary this morning. Now, this is also another interesting piece, is what capabilities do we need to be built? It's all skills related, but it's all connected together. So digital skills for automation and digital technologies came at number 1. You need those skills. What came at number 3, and jointly, given that there's close to 180 people, it's amazing that there's so many people group these together at the same time, given you've only got 1 vote. Data analysis and IT literacy, and engineering and technical process knowledge. Now, what I talk about often, particularly in this world and this era of AI, is I make this statement: we don't need more data scientists in manufacturing. What we actually need are people who understand the process that manufacturing is running and can apply data science skills to that. It's a fundamentally different position. And interestingly, you've grouped them together. Everybody voted the same. So the AI literacy and data analysis and process knowledge, which is actually where we fundamentally have the skills leakage and knowledge leakage today, are being grouped together. What's also incredibly comforting is the fact that we acknowledge that this is a change journey, that adoption is critical. It's the key to move us from a pilot that works to a scaled outcome across many plants. So that's actually really comforting, that the results from the audience are actually backing that this is a skills journey, a technical competence journey, but also we've got to have that change management capability at the same time. So, if we talk about the industrial strategy, what's going to be critical is the pace of change, and that starts with where we are today. So, the next slide is another maturity kind of 4x4 matrix, where we look at our maturity levels and our investment timeframes. So, if you look at our maturity level, 50-60% of us are saying we are low in our digital maturity. Now, that actually correlates very strongly with the Insights benchmarking for the UK. Just very quickly, when we look at this, we use the Smart Industry Readiness Index, which is one of our frameworks, to assess globally positions and individual countries. We don't do it at a regional level. If you look at the scales from 0 to 5, the UK today is about 1.8 in our maturity. Now, when you compare that to competitive nations of similar GDP and similar GVA for manufacturing, they're about 2.3. So we're actually behind our competitive nations in our digital maturity. I think this is relatively correlating quite strongly to that. The good news is, therefore, that is an opportunity, Because if we're talking about Industry 4 all the time, and this sort of data set really implies we're at Industry Pi. That's Industry 3.14, whatever, yeah? So we've still got to go a bit of a way to go to get to Industry 4, and we shouldn't really be talking about Industry 5, or unless we want to leapfrog it. The other thing is that 60% of us, again, want to move fast. So we're not just kind of going, okay, we got low maturity. We recognise the need to move fast at the same time. So these it's an interesting set of results that, 31% who've got low maturity recognise the need to move and improve. What's hurting us? So this energy cost, and we keep talking about energy costs a lot, that's kind of number down the bottom of the pile with 10% of the results. Skills and retention again. Those things come up. Interestingly, we talk about the opportunity from technology. What's holding us back is actually inefficiency of the legacy technologies we have. So if we want to unlock the productivity and the opportunities, there is a technical opportunity here for us as well. Quick, does this resonate with people in the room? I mean, it's your votes, so hopefully there is some resonate. But does everybody agree, yeah? This is yeah, this makes sense, or wow, it's earth-shattering. I've never thought of that before. No? Okay. Let's move on. So what is it actually we want to go for? What are we aiming for? What is our goal? Now, obviously, sustainability, for some organisations, that's our primary goal. The panacea of actually new products to solve new problems, yeah? That's where you make real money. 17% would like that. But in reality, what we're really after is going into new markets, expansion, taking what we have today and selling that into new markets. But that is against the headwinds of the uncertainties we saw earlier on and the global trade situation we know and love so well. So we need to go into new markets. So that's our goal. So the final question then is, in conclusion, and I might have a couple of minutes for questions off this, is, so what must the modern industrial strategy deliver? And I think there's 4 things. And this is the conclusions from the results from today. First of all, we need to get the foundations right. The foundations start with people having the right skills and the right capacity to do something. From there, we move to the productivity question, using technology to enable new productivity levels. That doesn't mean doing the same with less. It means doing more with what we have today, but using the skills we have and the technologies to unleash the opportunities around that. And we're not going to wait around. So we need the modern industrial strategy to have the right intervention points and the right insights to enable that pace of change that is rapid. Clearly, the results were showing that 60% of the audience, which are manufacturers, want to move in the short term. So what interventions are they going to give around skills, around funding, around enablers to allow manufacturers to achieve what they're asking for? And finally, how do they enable this? How does the modern industrial strategy actually enable competitiveness, not just within the UK, but on that global stage as we move into new markets, which is the primary goal of the audience? So they are the 4 key findings, I think, from today. As I said, I had no idea. Could have put a little bet on it, but I had no real idea what the results were going to be. So that's it from me. Do we have any questions?
Well, first of all, let's give you a big round of applause for your speed in turning that around. We don't have questions, but I do. I mean, I certainly have questions of my own. We've got a few minutes. I've also realised that the iPad has disappeared. So for the next session, the panel session, I don't know if any of the organisers know whether I've done something very stupid with it. But what I was thinking we can do now, if there are any questions here in the hall, you can shout them out and I will repeat them. Yes, let's say, I will repeat it because then my microphone will pick it up.
You have to bear with me, Daisy. Nick, if
if I draw those three things, we want better export markets, we want to accelerate digital change, we want to bring in this technology, but we have a shortage of skills in the short term. Skills take time to build up. Is it time we started lobbying the Home Office to make it easier to bring them in on tap?
So that question, just this is for the benefit of the microphone and anyone watching remotely. We know what the problems are. We need the tech, we need digital, we need exports, but it's skills that is a real problem, and we need, can the Home Office help? You're talking about immigration. Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's a politically fraught question if I had one of those.
Everything we have spoken about today is political.
There is, look, having global movements of skills and resources is always a good way to boost an economy, yeah? I think we've known that. I have lived and worked overseas and been beneficiary of some of those, and I've worked in other countries. And as an individual, it's a fantastic learning experience. So I would say, we would be foolish to say we can only do this with homegrown resource. But we should also tap into the skills and experiences we do have. There is a large and vibrant ecosystem of skills out there within the UK already. Maybe not within your business, but within mid-sized to smaller size systems integrating businesses that can really help you accelerate your transformation. We don't have to talk about the big players all the time. I think the other thing here is there is an untapped set of skills with experienced workforce that are on the verge of retiring or have already retired. We assume that that knowledge is just leaving. We should capture that knowledge and bring that back to retrain the generation that's coming in as well, and really tap into that experience of the, of the old and re-enabling the youth. I don't think we do that enough, to be quite frank. So yes, we can import and bring skills in, but we should also maximise what we have today.
Right, we're going to take a question from there. And if you can make it as short as possible so I can repeat it as quick as possible.
Well, it's just to say that today there was 1 million kids out of work, 16 to 24-year-olds. We've got a skill shortage. We're doing something at the front end not very well, i.e. why are we not employing those guys?
Yeah, so just for the benefit of the microphone and the recording, 1 million kids are unemployed. In effect, we shouldn't need to be importing any workers. Why, what is going wrong?
Oh my God, have I got to get all these are all the panacea to all the problems, aren't I? Look, we have to ask ourselves searching questions of why is this industry not attractive to them? Why do they it's a perceptional thing, I believe. I mean, I've spent my entire career in manufacturing. And I think when people find out that actually manufacturing is about solving problems using cool, I had to do the air quotes there, using cool technologies in today's world, but actually you make something. There's actually something physical. And I think theoretically, a lot of people have moved away from that kind of, the world is digital. There's something often that's physical happen, and that becomes actually very rewarding. So we have to bring people in to see that journey, to experience it. And I think then we might attract more young talent. I think the whole apprenticeship thing, I get amazed every time I speak to somebody on these apprenticeship programs, how much that has changed their lives and their thinking. And we still have a very, I know I'm straying into dangerous territory perhaps, but a very fixed mindset of the way to educate is to go to university and do a degree, yeah? I think that's wrong. I think there's huge, and I've got kids that are about to go in and they're going, do you want to go to university? Or you could actually learn on the job. And we get rid of this whole kind of student debt world and Martin Lewis kind of coming in and telling us it's all wrong. But actually, you can earn, you can learn, and you can do something. And I think that's such an opportunity that we're really not exploiting yet.
Nick, just on that issue of why there isn't the take-up on those sorts of learning on the job, is it stigma that it does somehow it's not going to university in the same way? Is it because kids want the social aspect of uni and they think they're going to miss out on all the fun if they're working at the same time? What is it that we're doing wrong?
Well, oddly enough, I've got a 20-year-old at university, and the one thing that surprised me, given my university experience, is the lack of social element. I think it's changed a lot. Do you know what? We can blame the kids a lot. I think we should actually blame ourselves a little bit, because I think, at least I'll only speak for my own self. It was drilled into me, to be successful, I need to go to university. And therefore, that's the thinking that I was brought up with my parents. So maybe there's a generational thing that we have to overcome. It's not necessarily the kids, it's about the way we think about it. And I think that might be a pivotal change as well.
Okay, we are literally bang on time. So with that, I must again applaud you for your turnaround speed. Your personal productivity has been very impressive today. If only the rest of us could emulate that.
By the way, no AI was harmed in the making of those slides. So.
Yeah. But I'm guessing quite a few expletives. Let's give it up for Nick, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to invite the panel to join me on the stage now. This is our final session, and it is confirmed my personal productivity has gone right down because I have managed to lose the MTC's iPad, which is quite impressive given I had it half an hour ago. So I'm going to be using a phone. If it dies and you see me scrambling around, then that's my own fault. But I'm going to ask our last panel to come up now. This is audience-led panel from policy to production. So I'm going to invite Mike, Andy, Gary and Claudia to come up and join me on the stage. And are they all sitting down underneath their respective photographs? Yes, they are. That's fantastic. So as I said, this is our session from policy to production, how to translate strategy into success. I'm going to ask the four of them to briefly introduce themselves. We'll go in the other direction this time. We'll start with Claudia and we'll come towards me. Claudia.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to speak on this panel. I'm the Chief Executive of Policy Connect. We're a cross-party think tank and we support the work of the All-Party Parliamentary Group. We also do a lot of research, policy research, with the Associated Manufacturing Commission and are currently partnering with the ERA Foundation on a piece of work looking at the industrial strategy with a particular focus on SME challenges around implementation. And supporting SMEs with some of those challenges, and they are very aligned with what we've heard on the polling results in terms of energy cost, access to finance, access to business support, and general investment confidence.
Lovely. Gary.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me as well. So I'm Gary Cook, I'm the head of policy at Lloyds Banking Group, and you may know this, we've got the Lloyds standout here, and I have a very strong relationship with the MTC, of course, but we bank about 1 in 2 adults and 1 in 5 businesses, and my role as part of one of the 65,000 people that work for Lloyds is to represent your views and the views of our customers and clients to government. I spent 10 years in central government as a senior civil service and have written a couple of the types of industrial strategies myself. So I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
So you're not feeling too personally affronted by the results of the last?
No, I'd say it's a familiar discussion.
Mike.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Andy Barnes, Managing Director.
Apologies, Andy.
Yeah, sorry, good afternoon. It says there, Andy Barnes, Managing Director, Civil. I'll have to just clarify, I'm not a civil engineer, I'm a manufacturing engineer. Right? I guess I see my role working here at the MTC and amongst the catapulters, working in the middle, between government and that government policy and industrial strategy and you guys in industry. So I see my role very much about diffusion and adoption of that industrial strategy.
Lovely. And Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you again for those that didn't come to my little session earlier. I'm Mike Haig-Morgan. I'm the Executive Director of Autocraft Solutions Group. I'm actually the major shareholder as well. Led the buyout in 2010. Was a much small business, around 7 million. Where we are today, we're a group. We've just started our 5th site, setting up our 6th site, so internationalising it. And we're the leaders in Europe of building remanufactured combustion engines for automotive and the world leader in testing on remanufacturing and repair of EV batteries.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much to all 4 of you for joining us. I'm going to start with an open question to all 4 of you and then come to some more specifics. And I am looking at the questions, so feel free to start sending your questions in and voting on your favourite questions. Let's talk about government policy. Obviously, governments often it's in their interest to set really ambitious targets. But what's the biggest practical challenge your organisation sees or you personally see when trying to translate those policies and those ambitions into day-to-day manufacturing execution. And how, if you had the ear of the policymakers, how would you tell them to tailor those ambitions a bit better? Mike, let's start with you.
I think the biggest issue is we've seen so many changes of government in such a short period of time. And we went from a Greg Clark who wanted an industrial strategy but didn't get the buy-in for the rest of the cabinet. We then went very quickly, spiralled into other administrations and Boris Johnson not believing it. You needed any kind of plan and it would happen without a plan, which I thought was quite outstanding. And now we have a plan again, but as we've seen from the polling, some scepticism about it. The problem is I've never experienced such geopolitical uncertainty. And where do you put your money? And what we've seen from the polling, I think, today is also some of the discussion, is there is huge unlocked potential. But people are nervous about spending it because are they going to spend it in the right area or is it going to change again? And for me, that's really risky. So for those of you that didn't come and listen earlier, it's about when you have a strategy, trying to make it as flexible as you can. So for us, it's ICE and EV. Well, back both. Yeah. But that does mean you're doubling up in cost, halving your penetration, all the rest of it. So if that kind of answers the question, hopefully it does. Stability is a major issue.
Yeah. Andy, is it that paralysis that is brought on by uncertainty that's...
I think so. Again, we just heard from the results of the survey, haven't we? This geopolitical, this sort of macroeconomic uncertainty. That's just our reality. That's been our reality for the past few years. A lot of talk at the moment about a new world order. The old world order that we've been used to for decades now is changing to, quite frankly, who knows what and who knows where. So we need to be ship-shape as a UK and as UK manufacturing and UK industry, ship-shape to ride this storm, these stormy waters. And I think that's, I am encouraged by I understand why a lot of people are sceptical about this, modern industrial strategy. But it does, I am seeing this is a whole government endeavour. This is not just about DBT. I am seeing government aligning with this modern industrial strategy. So I am encouraged. The blockers in individual manufacturers, again, we've just heard, and perhaps we'll come back to that later in the discussion.
Gary.
Well, perhaps controversially for my position, I'd offer the reflection that I think the right way to think about the strategy is as a framework. And again, this might sound odd given my background, but I would encourage businesses to do as much as they can do and take the commercial decisions they need to do and not be reliant on government policy to do that. Now, of course, government will change legislation that will affect your businesses. Government will make funding pots available that may affect your businesses. There are a whole raft of ways in which policy will affect your day-to-day. But what we've just discussed there from Mike and Andy is absolutely the case. And I don't think any of us can perceive that uncertainty coming through. And if, as somebody who sat on the other side of the table and heard we need certainty and stability, that may not always be possible. And partly because actually the UK government doesn't control a lot of what happens and affects global events. And so I'm actually an optimist in the same way as Andy, because I believe it set important direction, thought about as a framework, it can be very helpful. And actually some of the uncertainty can, in some ways, create opportunities. And I think just one example is, of course, and we talked about this earlier today, but the defence commitment. So there will be, I am confident, commitments and funding coming through defence that will mean opportunities come through for the UK economy.
Claudia.
We obviously also sit on the spectrum of the facilitators, hopefully, for some change in legislation. So we engage a lot with manufacturers and others from industry to help inform some of the decisions that are being made in implementing the industrial strategy. I agree. So evidence that we collected suggests that at least the base that we asked, weren't quite as cynical as the polling results today. So there was generally endorsement of the industrial strategy as a framework, as you've highlighted. I might point to some levers that everyone can engage with, although with the caveat that obviously, especially for SMEs, it's difficult to break out of the day-to-day operation of being in the business and becoming involved in providing information to government via government consultations, for example. But by becoming involved and also using organizations like us as a facilitator and as a conduit for that, it can make a real difference. So our forthcoming report will be making some recommendations for changes to legislation and policy recommendations that are part of the industrial strategy suite. As an example, the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme, there was a consultation underway, and we heard of some of the shortcomings that our stakeholders pointed out. So we engaged with the consultation. We encouraged our stakeholders to engage with the consultation. We'll have some further recommendations as to how to make that scheme better. But those are some of the things that industry can also contribute to in terms of changing how the industrial strategy will affect them. Of course, acknowledging some of what you've said in terms of like the external factors that we cannot influence on a national level.
Lovely. Right, I'm going to come to some specific questions, and I can see, thank you so much, your questions are coming in thick and fast, so keep them coming. Gary, talking specifically about SME manufacturers, the question is, the access to the right financial structure obviously is very important. What specific policy or financial levers do you think would accelerate real-world adoption of the advanced manufacturing technologies that we know so many businesses really need to get into?
Yes. Do you mean in terms of actually getting finance into those businesses to help them grow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, there's a couple of specifics we are talking about to the government. So one of them, and I don't know if businesses in the room will be familiar with this, but the Growth Guarantee Scheme. So what that means is that we have a limit of guarantee from the government, which means we can lend to businesses that are perhaps at an earlier stage. We are saying to the government that actually if you could expand that slightly, raise the threshold, that would mean we could lend to more businesses that are a growing stage. Another important factor, and it's not directly related to finance, but growth generally, and we've talked about this a lot today, but I'm personally quite excited by some of the changes coming into the apprenticeship levy in April, of course. So some of those shorter courses, one of the themes from the session just now around pace, actually, the apprenticeship levy has been changed in a way that should be quite constructive and helpful and allow organisations to move quickly as they bring in that finance. So I think there's a moment coming post-April where actually some of those things can come together nicely, potentially.
Really interesting. I've got a question for Mike, and also a question from the audience for Mike, which has come in, which I think we can dovetail in. So my question is, from your experience, what differentiates those manufacturers who successfully scale new strategic initiatives, whether that's automation or digitalisation, sustainability, from those who struggle to get beyond pilot stage? And the question that's just popped into my inbox is, could Mike give us all an example of a strategy that drove your specific business to upscale?
Fundamentally, the biggest thing is having the right team with the right skills. And that doesn't necessarily mean the actual technology skills. It's having the people in your team that work really well together and complement each other. So you'll have some really good specialists, but they won't be able to do the delivery without a really good project manager, for example, as you're scaling it. And you've got to have people, when you are scaling, who are able to roll the punches, but also have the discipline of not getting distracted. So you've always got this yin and yang, and my most successful teams during that period, because it has evolved. I mean, I've owned the business now for 16 years, has been when we've had teams that have really worked well. And frankly, that's one of the things I love about sport, that I learned when I was failing to be a footballer, and I can see my kids going through rugby now. The best teams have the best complement of skills. And when
you say complement of skills, you mean everybody's got a different skill.
Yeah. Everyone's got a different skill. I actually learned it the hard way. I couldn't get a job on the milk round when I got my degree. I didn't tick the right boxes, and I felt that companies were looking for people in certain boxes. My team are not in boxes, but they've all got a various superpower or add something to the team in some way. So scaling it, being successful, year on year as well, it's about your people.
And so that would be your answer to what was the strategy that really sent you stratospheric?
So we looked at where we wanted to be, and we set the strategy, and we saw clearly people was a major issue. So we put some specific strategies around people. Some of that was getting a graduate scheme in place. Others was about looking what skills you've already got in your business that you don't even know are there. Okay. But I think the biggest single bit that I spoke about earlier was actually getting that silver-haired generation, or bald as I'm going. I had a business that I just bought that was about to lose all its technical knowledge within 6 years. And I had to bring people in, and I literally co-located them. And I thought it was a big gamble at the time, but it worked brilliantly, and I still do that today. I have my people who are this digital generation who just love it and get it, but don't and haven't failed, so they're not afraid of failing, with people who have the scars of have failed, but not necessarily the skills to do something differently. So it's how you build those teams.
Lovely. And Andy, you wanted to come in on that?
Yes, I think just building on that point and what we saw in the survey results, skills, capability and capacity just came through time and time again. And often, I often go into factories and I see concepts and demonstrators or pilots, and they've gone no further. And often that's because they haven't had the skills or the absorptive capacity within their organisation to really scale up the concept or the pilot. And that can often be about actually being able to carve out that capacity and skill up the dedicated resource to make the transformation and develop the technology adoption, absorptive capacity that I'm talking about. Now that's not easy, right? Certainly for SMEs, I've never come across an SME that's got lots of spare capacity. The big OEMs, the big organisations, big industrials do it and better at doing it. But again, there is absorptive capacity available in the wider ecosystem. I think that one of the roles of the likes of the MTC and the catapults is to be at elbow length and to help organisations big and small with that adoption and with that scale up journey.
And Claudia, I'd obviously like you to comment on that if you want to, but I want to throw another question at you as well, which is specifically how we measure success. So the question is, how should the sector measure whether the manufacturing strategy is delivering impact? What metrics or indicators would give us the clearest signal that policy is translating into some level of success?
Yeah, just a brief comment on some of what's said before, also in terms of what there is in terms of support from government. I think Made Smarter is a really good example to help businesses grapple with digitization and technology adoption, scaling that up. But again, there have been shortcomings in terms of regional fragmentation, awareness, and people actually being able to access it and having the base level skills to engage with that. I think the industrial strategy has committed 90 million, 100 million to Made Smarter to improve that. So that's one way of hopefully supporting, in particular, SMEs with that challenge as well. Success measures, that's a really interesting question, and it's one that's really hard to grapple with. I think seeing more SMEs thrive in the sector and being able to access support mechanisms, the business growth scheme, and just more general access to finance would be a success measure in the medium term that would hopefully longer term see greater reshoring, businesses in the supply chain coming back to the UK. That can only be kind of encouraged as well by some of the solution to the energy cost problems, some of the taxation changes that have been made and might need some another look at, which is also something that we're looking at to recommend as part of our research.
And can you elaborate on the taxation recommendations?
I mean, on the skills topic, changes to national insurance contributions are significant for small employers in particular. The changes that have come in, R&D tax credits, that regime, and we've made some, we've tried to talk to Treasury about that together with our chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Manufacturing Group, Bill Esterson MP, who's written to the Treasury to point that out. So there's a few things that are underway where we're trying to influence some of that to make the environment a bit more business friendly.
Gary.
If I may, just on the metrics, I think another one I would add is productivity of SMEs and in manufacturing as well. Because when the government looked at this, I think it was 2018-19 time, it found one of the things that we discussed just a moment ago around ensuring leaders have the capability to be able to, and access to information, to be able to grow businesses and scale them in an environment that's constantly changing. And if anything, that's got faster, as we were discussing earlier. The pace of change is greater now. And so from my perspective, if we've done this really well as a country, actually SMEs are not only keeping up with big companies, potentially with more resources, but actually, hopefully they're doing a bit better. Actually, maybe they're more productive, more innovative, more operating at a faster pace.
And connected to that is a question that's gaining a lot of popularity from the audience, which is what's holding us back compared to other nations? I don't know. Mike, what do you think? What holds us back?
I think sometimes we're not confident enough.
Yeah.
I think we're a bit too doom and gloom, and I don't think we realise how good we are.
Yeah.
And I'm now growing our business, so I've opened a place in 2023 on one of the 3 leading technology parks, green technology parks in the Netherlands, in Arnhem. It's all the same issues. Skills, finance, there's similar issues. And we don't realise, actually, that it's not this golden ticket somewhere else. It's not better somewhere else. We're actually really good at what we do here. And we need to be a bit more positive. And I appreciate, because I feel it every day, that with all the change around and all the uncertainty, that isn't easy. But you've got to put your big boy pants on and have a go sometimes.
So nobody has come forward and said successive rubbish governments have held us back. Too political? Oh, look, I've stunned them. They're like mullets now. I'll move on to a much easier question about nuclear.
We're entirely politically neutral.
Yeah. All right, let's see how you like this one. This is a question from Chris. Reports have suggested that nuclear power is more expensive in the UK due to national regulations. Is risk aversion in policy stifling UK manufacturing in general? That's from Chris. Andy.
Well, safety is number one, and particularly in a safety critical industry like nuclear, right? So we're not going to compromise safety. I mean, my experience of the nuclear regulator is they are very much open to innovation. In the conversations that I've had with them and with the supply chain, there is room for innovation, but safety is absolutely number one in industry. I think I'm going to be the first one on the panel to mention AI. So I think in lots of conversations, I'm sure you've already talked about it today, in terms of underhyped, overhyped, the potential of AI, I think is huge. But regulation and standards really need to be able to get to grips with it and enable the possibilities. We were going back to the nuclear. We were pioneers in the nuclear industry, and we've lost a generation. A lot of the current nuclear that's being delivered is being imported. A lot of the new nuclear that is going to be required. We talk about 24 gigawatts by 2050. That's going to be delivered through new nuclear, things like SMRs and potentially AMRs. We've got a lot of indigenous capability that could be scaled up to deliver that for the UK and internationally as well. By the way, I don't think 24 gigawatts of nuclear by 2050 is anywhere near enough. I think we're going to need a lot more. Going back to the AI thing, the energy intensity of those technologies means that I think we need a lot more new nuclear.
Gary.
I was just going to tie the last 2 points together in one way, which is that we aren't confident enough in ourselves as a country. And actually one way in which we should be more confident is because lots of other countries and companies look at some of our regulatory environment and say, actually, that is offering some stability and some certainty in certain sectors. Now, not for a moment saying regulation cannot and shouldn't be iterated, improved over time. That is absolutely the case. But actually, in many cases, compared to many other countries, it's a competitive advantage. And we have got an environment in which growth is the government's #1 priority. And if there are practical things that are holding sectors back, the government is listening. Regulators, I genuinely believe, are listening. And I can speak from experience talking to the FCA and the PRA in financial services. We want to lend more money into the economy. We're talking to them about regulatory change that will enable us to do that. And so there is, I believe, a moment in time now for those conversations to be had in a really constructive way.
Okay. Very positive. Andy, I'm coming back to you before we take another couple of questions from the audience. From what you're seeing across UK manufacturing programmes, where do organisations most commonly struggle when they're trying to turn that strategic intent into real operational change? And what are the interventions that have the biggest impact in moving from concept to scaled implementation?
I go back to the survey. I think there was no great surprises or shocks for me in that survey. We've talked a lot about, I've talked already this afternoon about skills. So, we've got to be able to develop the skills. I think you mentioned the apprenticeship levy and the changes that are coming there, I think allow a little bit more agility around how we develop the skills, not just the early careers, but the grey hairs as well, and upskilling them. So I think that's an important part of it. I think it is about ambition and confidence as well. I think it's about certainty as well. That a lot of these advanced manufacturing technologies, about digital technologies, things like automation and robotics. If you haven't adopted them, they are to some extent a bit of a step into the unknown, a bit of a leap of faith. People find it difficult to create the business case, or if they create the business case and for reasons we've already talked about, they haven't got the skills to enable the scale up, you end up with some sort of stranded asset, some museum piece in a factory, which I referred to earlier. So I think all of those things are, which came through in the survey, are important enablers or disablers if we don't address them.
Okay, interesting question from Becky. Do you agree with the identified growth sectors in the industrial strategy? Has anything been missed? So just a reminder, there's advanced manufacturing, clean energy, creative industries, defence, digital and tech, financial services, life sciences and professional. So Becky's asking, has anything been missed as far as those industries? Gary, I don't know if that's a good one for you.
Yes, so from the Lloyd's perspective, when we looked at it, we thought that it captured a lot of the areas where the UK has competitive advantage, actually. And if you take the combination of commercial competitive advantage with the research base, and you then manage to point things like Innovate UK funding towards those things, actually we thought it was a fairly reasonable framework. And of course, we were very pleased to see financial services in it.
Okay, well, there's a couple of questions that have come in on a theme, which is really about whether this sector's voice is loud enough. And Claudia, I'm going to start with you, just a couple of ones here. This one's saying, do you believe the government hears the voices from us manufacturers, and how can we share our experiences with government. And there was another one saying, how can we make our voices louder?
I think to some extent, and at a sort of political, sort of superficial level, it is an attractive sector. It is, what politicians like to engage with. There's always a manufacturer in their constituency, if you talk about members of parliament. I think, and I'm just going to, go down the route that we've gone down with our research, which focused on SMEs. And given that 99% of manufacturers are SMEs, I think that's really reasonable. I think there's not enough recognition of the challenges that SMEs face, and in particular when you look at the strategy itself and the Industrial Strategy Advisory Council, where there's no SME representative, for example, that is just a poor symptom of a superficial engagement with manufacturing as a sector and needs to be rectified. And that's also something that we're hoping to address with our forthcoming recommendations.
Okay. Don't know if any of the other panel members have any things they'd like to see or ways they'd like to see the voices made louder from this sector?
I think we were doing really well. The fact that we got the industrial strategy is an absolute huge win. I do think that we've got a government that's come in that's got its heart in the right place. It consulted well before being elected. It engaged. For the first few months, even though they were trying to understand what government was, they were still doing their best to engage. But as the polls have started to slip and Farage has got their attention, frankly, I think we as an industry need to do our bit and keep knocking on the door to make sure that they don't forget about us. Because ultimately they can't keep chipping away. The only way they're going to massively change the polls is to really get the economy boosting again, and they're not going to do that without manufacturing being at the heart of it.
Gary?
And if I may, one more opportunity, I think, is that presented by Devolution. So, of course, metro mayors are expanding their roles across parts of the country, and as this group will know, the UK is one of the most centralised countries in Europe for decision making and funding and policy change. But actually that will evolve over the next few years and several decades, with more decisions around funding and policy taking at the local and regional level. And I completely understand the constraints, and if anything it's the most hard for SMEs to judge this with the time and the delivery and time spent delivering on the commercial aspects of the business. But in terms of getting the voice heard, the metro mayors have a lot of influence in Whitehall, but also actually will create and facilitate interesting developments in local areas as well.
Lovely. And there's a question that's come through from John here saying, if you could wave a magic wand and change one thing in schools or colleges to help manufacturing, what would it be? Mike, I'm going to make you start.
Well, my son's just in his options this week, and it was great that he didn't have to do what I did, which is choose engineering or business. And I was told you should do engineering because an engineer can learn business, but not all business people can learn engineering once you're trained. Okay, and he's been able to do both. Okay, and within his school, he's got some really inspiring teachers who inspire them. I went in and I thought, Christ, I want to come back to school. I want to be in this lab. I want to be doing these science lessons. I want to be doing these design lessons. But that inspiration actually comes. Is Andrew still here? Andrew Churchill, who I met earlier. So Andrew Churchill was here earlier. Lives local to the school. He's been a governor and he's been in and he's made sure manufacturing is fun on that agenda for 10 years. So it's about us. If we really want it and believe it, we have to go and put a bit of our time, and I know time is precious, but just making sure that teachers, kids are aware what a great fun thing manufacturing and engineering can be. Because we won't break the cycle otherwise.
Lots of nodding. Anything else you would...
I was going to say exactly the same thing. I think rather than, put the onus entirely on the schools, us have got to get out there and help the image of manufacturing. Help. I think manufacturing is really groovy. I really do. It's really great industry. Advanced manufacturing technologies, digital technologies, automation is really, really cool. It's attractive for people to get into, and back to that retaining talent. If you're staying at not at the leading edge, but you're staying at the front edge of that, then that's really interesting, and that's going to keep people in the industry as well.
Claudia.
I think that's supported by careers advice and guidance earlier in schools, and a properly supported system for that would be really important, because you can't just rely on proactive manufacturers in regions, and teachers can only recommend what they know themselves. I think there's some of that parity of esteem, what we heard earlier as well, coming through in terms of university versus further education. So I think, careers policy needs to keep pace with that as well.
Okay, we've got a couple of minutes. I'm just going to ask you all one last question, which is about collaboration, but cross-sector collaboration. Just wondering if any examples spring to mind of models of partnership that you've seen between industry, government, finance, research organisations that you thought worked particularly effectively, and how can we learn from those and make those more normal, those cross-sector collaborations?
I don't mind going. I mean, that's kind of what we do really at the MTC with the Catapult. We are cross-sector. Most industries are good at one thing, right? Hopefully, really, really good at least one thing. And often what we end up doing is we go into an organisation or in an industry, and it's about applying something that is really best practice and well established in one industry and applying it to another. So an example I'd give here is non-destructive testing, non-destructive engineering, right? So automotive, aerospace industry been doing non-destructive testing for years. Applying that to things like the built environment and our aging infrastructure, that's relatively new. So that cross-sectoral pollination, if you like, taking something great from one sector and applying it to another is kind of what we do.
Anyone else want to add any final thoughts?
So just on that, so with the catapults and what we did, so we got ourselves, our engines are built using technology that I spotted by getting myself out there. I was actually advised from Make UK going into other sectors in the food industry. Because food industry, you can't kill people, so your quality's got to be pretty good, and you're doing stuff with amazing camera technology. That's where a lot of my tech came across. So there's an example of how you've got to look at other sectors, and you can go in, they're not competing with you, and actually they'll openly share things with you, and that will fast track us as a UK manufacturing no end if we just take the good bits from here and put them there. And Catapult are brilliant at doing it as well, because we've done a number of workshops with the Catapult over the years, and they are super at doing it.
Okay, well, I think on that note, I'm going to invite the panel to leave the stage and go back to their seats, and I'm going to ask you to show them how much you appreciated their contributions. Well, many thanks to the four of them, and that now brings the day very, very nearly to a close. I am now the only thing standing between you and an alcoholic drink, so that's quite a treacherous place for me to be, but I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on what has been a wonderful day. I've been very fortunate to have been part of it. And it's been very, very forward-looking. I would say the most forward-looking of the six that I've now been along for the ride for. When Graham opened the session this morning, he set a clear challenge that we needed to move beyond chat and into real action, so something to strengthen the foundations of the country's manufacturing sector, but embracing innovation, of course, embracing skills, sustainability, all those things that will help us so much in the future. And we have seen all of those challenges being risen to today, so that's been very exciting to see. Speakers and panellists have shared perspectives over so much, some common challenges in order to unlock the power of digital, of course. And of course, it has been that word collaboration that has been sprinkled throughout the day, and I think that's really been very helpful, and clearly it's essential. And we've heard so many real life powering progress, what that really looks like as we move from strategy to action. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for being here today. Of course, it doesn't end now. The connections will carry on, the ideas exchanged, and of course so much momentum, and I've really felt it today. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your engagement, your fantastic questions. Of course, a big thank you to the sponsors. We can't do it without them, and hopefully I will see you this time next year.